निकाल कर उनका रेस्क्यू किया जाए। फिलहाल आप फायर ब्रिगेड की जो टुकड़ी है उसे भी देख पा रहे हैं। पानी छांट कर जो भी आग लगी है उसे बुझाने की जो कोशिश है वो यहाँ पे की जा रही है। मेरे आसपास की तरफ की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊंगा। एयर इंडिया का ये प्लेन था और लंदन के लगभग 240 मुसाफिर इसमें शामिल थे और आप देख पा रहे हैं जो भी स्पेयर पार्ट्स हैं। प्लेन जब क्रैश हुआ तो प्लेन के जो भी अलग अलग हिस्से हैं वो यहाँ पर टूट के गिरे हुए हैं।
हमारी प्लेन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन,
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर। हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी, और इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए। फिर मेरा लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे मार से कूदा था ना, तो घोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला है मेरे को। और मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
हाँ, मेरी शादी था, वो कंप्यूटर थी, लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ, फिर
1 घंटे में समझ रहा है प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद के बाहर निकल गया था, फिर वापस आए सील में आ गया।
जिस तरह के यहाँ के हालात है उस हिसाब से यहाँ पर सभी जगह से एम्बुलेंस भी जो है मंगवाई गई है और यहाँ पर लोगों का जो आना जाना ही शुरू हो गया है। जो परिजन है वो भी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं क्योंकि ये यहाँ पर ही सभी को लाया गया है। सभी जो पैसेंजर जो उसमें घायल हुए उन लोगों को यहाँ पर लाया गया है। यहाँ के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से परिजन जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अपने जो परिजन है वो कहाँ कैसी हालत में है, कहाँ है, उसकी जो पूछताछ है वो कर रहे हैं।
On board were 242 souls, 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew, and 230 passengers, including 169 Indian nationals and 61 foreigners. Among the Indians on board was former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. As condolences poured in from the Prime Minister to the chairman of Tata Sons, the Civil Aviation Ministry rushed to take stock of the situation.
गुजरात सरकार से हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के सभी लोग वहाँ पे संपर्क बनाए हुए हैं। वहाँ पे अभी जो राहत का कार्य है उस पे पहले काम उस पे चल रहा है। हमारी पूरी टीम वहाँ पे पहुँच रही है। मेरे साथ अभी हमारे सेक्रेटरी डीजीसी है, माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय नायडू जी वहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं। तो अभी वहाँ जाएंगे, वहाँ पे
क्या हताहत को लेके कोई कॉन्फर्मेशन इस वक्त से
नहीं, अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियली डिक्लेरेशन नहीं हुआ। वहाँ पे जाएंगे। पहले तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी यही है कि जो वहाँ पे हुआ है पहले राहत का कार्य पहले करे, उन लोगों को पहले मदद करे।
AI-171 is feared to be India's worst aviation disaster, at least in the last couple of decades. The nation's prayers are with the families of those on board the flight, as we all hope for a miracle. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across to Brajesh Doshi, our correspondent in Ahmedabad. He's live at the crash site. Brajesh, first give us the latest updates. We are told the police commissioner has told reporters that he fears there may be no survivors. Can you give us more updates, particularly also of the people on the ground in that hostel, that medical hostel where the plane crashed or parts of the plane crashed into?
See, as of now, there has been no official words on the deaths of the plane crash. But right now, we are at the spot where the plane was crashed. This is the college where the plane was crashed at around 1:40 p.m. So this is the site where plane was crashed. This is we have shown the pictures of this medical hostel, BJ Medical Hostel, where the Indian doctors were taking lunch at that time, and more than 30 doctors were injured during the plane crash movement. This is the site where plane was crashed after took off from the Ahmedabad airport.
Brajesh, you're saying Brajesh 30 doctors were on the ground when the plane crashed into the hostel. Do we know the condition of those doctors? Do we have any idea where those doctors have been taken to which hospital?
Yes, Raj.
Gas line भी है
Yes, Radip, this is the medical hostel of the BJ Medical Hostel where 30 Indian doctors were taking, more than 30, were taking lunch at that time because it was noon time, 1:40 p.m. Was the time, and the Indian doctors were taking lunch at that time, and at that time the crash was happened. These doctors who were injured were taken to these civil hospital at that time, and then as per the sources, though there is no confirmation of the deaths or the no number has been announced yet officially, but as per the sources, most of the doctors were badly injured. They were severe and very difficult to save them as the flight was landed on this building only, crashed on this building. So that's why it was very difficult for all the doctors or all the passengers who were boarded the plane. So these were the official words from the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner as well. So we have to...
What is the police commissioner? What is the police commissioner saying about there were 243 passengers on board? What is the police informing you? Are there any survivors? Have there been any survivor been taken to the hospital, or do they fear that there are no survivors, Brajesh?
At this moment there is no official confirmation given by the any of the police officers, but I had a word with Ahmedabad Police Commissioner Narendra Singh Malik, and he has confirmed that it is very difficult to save any one of the passengers in such kind of horrible incident. So it is very difficult that any of the passenger was saved or were rescued during that time. So these were the words of the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner, though he has not given any official statement yet. We are awaiting for the official statement of any of the officials, whether it is police official or the government officials. There is no word from the government as well. Everyone is waiting. The Union Home Minister is reaching to the spot. Also, the Union Aviation Minister is also reaching to the Ahmedabad as well after this horrifying incident.
Okay, I want to go from Ahmedabad to London. Remember, there were lots of relatives in London. 169 of the passengers held Indian passports, but about 53 were British nationals. I'm joined by Jonathan Gilbert, reporting from London. Appreciate your joining us, Jonathan. What more details can you give us about who these people were on board? About 53 British nationals, we are told, were on board this Air India flight which crashed.
Well, that's right. That's the tragic figure we have to work with at the moment. 53 British nationals out of a total passenger manifest of about 230. Obviously, that's at least a quarter of those passengers on board would have been British passport holders. Now, common sense would suggest that the majority of those were almost certainly Britons, British passport holders of Indian descent. So very much connected with both the UK and India itself, tragically. Now, I was in the South Terminal where this flight was scheduled to land roughly within the next couple of hours. I saw no sign of any families expectant of their relatives and loved ones, would seem to suggest, tragically, if practically, that the message has probably got through that this plane sadly is not scheduled to arrive. It won't be arriving here, and therefore there's very little sign at the moment of families or the potential bereaved. Now, the British system is very well versed in how to deal with these unexpected tragedies. They will almost certainly have set up some sort of reception area somewhere here within Gatwick Airport for anyone who is confused and in need of information. There are already telephone hotlines in place, but one suspects that many of the relatives of those terrible, tragic passengers, probably in all likelihood, watching the news, much like the rest of us, waiting for information to filter through.
This flight, Jonathan, taking off at 1:35, would have landed at Gatwick later this evening, India time about 10 o'clock, which would be about 5:30 in the United Kingdom. Do we have any more details about from the passenger manifest about the kind of British nationals, mainly of Indian origin, you say? I saw a few of them, Indian origin, surname Patel, who were British nationals. Are they basically Indians who are traveling, holding British passports? Is that the general sense that you're picking up?
As I say, common sense would seem to suggest that that would be the case. Yeah, there's a massive Indian diaspora, obviously, within the UK. Many millions now, Indian, British passport holders of Indian origin, either dual passport holders or indeed the offspring of those who emigrated here many years ago would nonetheless have deep ties with India. Of course, historically, the vast majority of Indian British immigrants are from Western India, from the Gujarat region. So one would expect indeed that a significant proportion of those British passport holders would indeed be of Indian origin. Without further clear information, it's hard to speculate further, but as you say, the passenger manifest does appear to contain a fairly high proportion of Indian surnames. So yes, one would expect that.
Just a final question. You said that there is a drill that is in place. So presumably as the evening comes in England, as the details are slowly pouring in and the real possibility of no survivors, presumably many of the airline authorities, Air India authorities in London and at Gatwick will be slowly but surely informing relatives of the bad news.
That's right. The responsibility for the disbursement of that information really falls to many bodies, not only the airline itself, but also the UK Foreign Office, which always swings into action promptly at times like this. They've set up already an emergency hotline for anyone who needs further information. I would confidently expect that they probably have or are in the process of setting up some sort of help desk here within the confines of the airport itself, just to help anyone who may have come here either accidentally or literally out of desperation, seeking any further information. You can imagine the mindset of these poor souls at the moment.
I'm stopping you, Jonathan, for a moment because the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner is speaking to us at the moment. Listen in.
So there may be survivors. This has been wrongly quoted. जो कोई चैनल चला रहे हैं तो
जी मलिक साहब, इसलिए हम आपकी वी स्टैंड करेक्टेड। आपने जो कहा है उसके मुताबिक 204 लोग मारे गए हैं। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो बच्चे उस हॉस्टल में थे उनमें से भी कुछ लोग ऐसे हो सकते हैं जिनकी मृत्यु हुई हो। घायल लगभग 40 लोग आप बता रहे हैं सर?
हाँ जी, लेकिन अभी रेस्क्यू रिलीफ इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग। द फाइनल फिगर विल बी इन थोड़ा फाइनल जो वो हम बाद में बता सकते हैं, अभी नहीं। अभी तो ये मैं जस्ट 10 मिनट पहले का फिर बता रहा हूँ। अभी रिलीफ रेस्क्यू चल रहा है, तो सर्वाइवर्स चांसेस आर देयर। वी कैन नॉट से एनीथिंग ऑन दैट काउंट।
बिल्कुल, मैं भी आपकी बात से इत्तेफाक रखती हूँ सर कि कोई भी ऐसी जानकारी में जल्दबाजी नहीं करनी चाहिए। दूसरी तरफ सर, जो यहाँ से कम जो मौका वारदात जहाँ पर ये घटना घटी है, वहां से क्या सब कुछ हटा लिया गया है? लोगों को हटा लिया गया है? मतलब अब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस यहाँ पर तो नहीं चल रहे होंगे, अस्पतालों में ही इलाज चल रहा होगा, हम ये माने?
हाँ, अस्पताल में चल रहा है। रेस्क्यू रिलीफ इज कंटिन्यूइंग। थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
ठीक है सर, बहुत धन्यवाद।
So there you have GS Malik. He is saying that it is premature. Important news bit being given by GS Malik, Ahmedabad's Commissioner of Police, making it clear it is premature at this stage to say all passengers have died. There is no official confirmation. Remember, therefore, the hope will remain till there is official confirmation that there could be some survivors. That's the hope, of course. And given the nature of the crash, of course, the Ahmedabad police and all the rescue workers, extremely difficult task that they're having to try and ensure that there could be some survivors. We live on that hope. Remember also, as he said, the medical hostel, several people were there having lunch, young students, medical doctors, and we hope and pray again for their safety, but we know several of them, at least 20 of them, have been taken to a nearby hospital and they have suffered grievous injuries. So at the moment, just to clarify, there is no official confirmation about the total number of fatalities on that Air India flight 171 that crashed in Ahmedabad this afternoon. It crashed into the roof of BJ Medical College Civil Hospital, damaging the building. The explosion not only wrecked the facade of the building, but the aftermath visual showed that debris from the flight damaged the mess of the hostel. The crash led to the tail fin of the plane being lodged into the hostel roof, causing the wall to collapse. The landing gear became stuck in the debris. Pictures showing a part of the aircraft stuck, in fact, inside the students' hostel. No reports of injuries at the crash site, though, have been reported so far. But clearly the building has suffered fairly severe damage as rescue operations continue. A hostel student's mother detailed how the students were simply startled by the crash. Think about it. You're having lunch one moment and an airplane crashes into your hostel. Listen in.
मेरा लड़का है ना, वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का, तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था इधर, नहीं हॉस्टल में भी प्लेन क्रैश हुआ, पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं, बात हुई मेरी, और इसके भाई बंधे ज्यादा हुए, तो लोग मर गए, फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर मेरे को। लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे मार से कूदा था ना, तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है, ऐसा बोला मेरे को, और मैं जाऊँ तो मालूम पड़ेगा।
We'll of course get more details on that in a moment. Remember, the tragedy at 625 feet, just a little after takeoff, has sent shockwaves to the nation. I also want to tell you that among those who was on board was the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. He was among the passengers on board Air India flight A1171. Remember, Vijay Rupani was Chief Minister of Gujarat for 2 years. He was passenger number 12 on that passenger manifest. In fact, Union Minister Muralidhar Mohol has confirmed that it was indeed Vijay Rupani's name that was on the flyers list. Meanwhile, people in Rajkot have been praying for the well-being of one of the senior-most BJP leaders of Gujarat. Take a look.
अहमदाबाद में लंदन जा रही एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट जो क्रैश हुई है उसमें पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री प्रधान गुजरात के विजय रूपाणी भी उसमें सवार थे, ऐसी बात सामने आ रही है, और लंदन अपनी बेटी के घर जा रहे थे, ऐसी बात भी सामने आ रही है। और ये बात उनके जो नज़दीकी बीजेपी के नेता है उन्होंने भी कंफर्म की है। विजय भाई के घर के पास जो मंदिर है वहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग आए और उनकी स्वास्थ्य के लिए कामना कर रहे हैं, महामृत्युंजय जाप भी किया जा रहा है। उनके पड़ोसी है, उनसे बात करने के प्रयास करेंगे। क्या कहेंगे विजय भाई, इस फ्लाइट में सवार थे आप, अब उनके लिए प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, उनके लिए हम प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं, जल्दी स्वस्थ होकर ठीक होकर वापस आ जाए, है ना।
अंजलि बहन उनके जो पत्नी है वो पहले से ही लंदन थे, ऐसी बात सामने आ रही है।
जी, वो पहले से 3 महीने से लंदन ही है, ऐसी बात।
क्या प्रार्थना कर रहे हैं आप?
बस जल्दी ठीक होके आइए, जितना भी जो भी हुआ है एक्सीडेंट, जल्दी ठीक होके आ जाए, और कुछ मैं बोल नहीं सकती इसके लिए।
All right, joining me now on the phone line, N. Chandrasekharan, chairperson with Air India, is joining us. Sir, your first thoughts about the incident that you've heard, and how exactly is the Air India ensuring to cooperate with all the authorities, sir?
It is very devastating, the most horrific accident. So we are extremely sad, and our thoughts are with the families and all the people affected. And we have set up an emergency response team. Our immediate priority is to help the families from this situation. And parallelly, we are in touch with the regulators to ensure that we provide all the information and work with them. And in fact, getting into a flight to go to Ahmedabad at this point. And we are assessing all the information. As we get, we will relay all the information to you.
So what is the confirmed information that you can bring to us? Because I believe there were foreign nationals.
I can't give you the confirmed information in terms of the cause of the crash. I am equally anxious and waiting for that. But at this point in time, our priority is to address the people issues immediately.
Sir, would you also be heading to, I'm sure your team would be heading to Ahmedabad right away, and what would be...
I am at the airport. I am getting into the aircraft shortly to go to Ahmedabad.
So how would you like to take this ahead? There have been incidents earlier as well. How will the Tata Sons, the Air India ensure that together there has to be a joint probe, and to of course ensure at this juncture to be with the family members and to ensure that the passengers are safe and sound?
Yes, we will do everything in our power to to support the families at this point in time, and definitely work with the authorities to a whole accident and things that have to be done. But at this point in time, immediate priority is to be with the people and see what needs to be done, and we will do everything we can in our power.
So as the experts are referring to the Boeing aircraft, do you think that also will be looked at in the days to come?
Give us some time and we will come back to you, okay?
All right, so one message for the family members whose loved ones are on the passenger list, and if you have confirmation about the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani.
I don't have specific information on any passenger. All I would say today is, at this point in time, is that we are deeply saddened and devastated, and our hearts and prayers are with the families, and we are with them. We will do everything we can to support them at this juncture.
Jonathan Gilbert, I want to come back to you. As I said, there is still some hope. The police commissioner has made it clear that they haven't made any official statement on casualties as yet. At this time of the year, most of the people who come in to India, presumably for the summer break, go back to England. I asked you this earlier. Do we have any profile at all of those involved? I also stopped you, Jonathan, when you were explaining what the process and protocol in Britain now will be.
Well, two questions there. So no specific information about those passengers, but like I said earlier, common sense would seem to suggest that those British passport holders who were known to be on the plane, 53 of them is the number we've been given. The majority of those would almost certainly have been either dual nationality or British passports holders of Indian descent. They could be business people. They could be holiday makers. There are many millions of Britons of Indian heritage, and we know that they go back and forth to the motherland, India, on a frequent basis. And as I was saying earlier, the majority of those, through a quirk of history, who settled in the UK are almost all from the Gujarat region. So there's a huge connection between Gujarat and the UK's Indian diaspora. Now, in terms of your second question, yes, there is a help desk that I understand, a reception area, they're calling it, that's being set up as we speak, that will be manned, I suspect, by officials from Gatwick Airport, representatives from Air India, and almost certainly representatives from the British Foreign Office. And they will be there in order to provide information, reassurance and probably comfort to any relatives who have come here erroneously or chose to come here out of a sense of desperation and a desire to discover more information about their missing loved ones.
Right. And just on a final point, Jonathan, you said that there'll be multiple agencies now involved in this. Presumably, this involves Air India staff at Gatwick, but also British aviation authorities?
Yeah, absolutely. There are multiple organizations, commercial and public, who will now feel a responsibility for this episode. I would say, yes, definitely representatives from BAA, possibly the owners of Gatwick Airport itself, which I understand is a foreign-owned consortium, Air India, quite obviously, but taking the lead almost always at times like this, as I say, the UK Foreign Office, they have very well-established protocols in place in order to deal with tragedies and disasters like this. So they will be dealing with this as sensitively as you might imagine.
Okay, Jonathan, we'll come back to you for more updates. As I said, there's still plenty of speculation swirling around what could have caused this air crash. Why should an airline which has a 100% safety record, the 787 Dreamliner, crash in this manner barely minutes after takeoff? And lots of theories are doing the rounds to try and get a sense of exactly what happened in terms of minute to minute. My colleague Ankit Kumar is joining me. I'm also joined by KVJ Rao, former senior cabin crew member. But first, I want to come to you, Ankit. Just explain to our viewers exactly those terrifying minutes as we know. We don't want to speculate, but based on what we know so far, Tell us what we know, Ankit.
So Rajdeep, at the outset, let's disclose the source of this information. Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, ADSB. It's a publicly available data set which every passenger aircraft broadcasts to ATC, to other aircraft, so that everybody knows where the aircraft is at any given point of time. Based on publicly available ADSB data, we have created these visualizations to inform our viewers to understand what happened to the Ahmedabad-London aircraft flight. So at 1:30 p.m., the first ADSB broadcast from the runway is established. We can also confirm, using the same data set, is that the last broadcast of the signal from this Boeing 737-8 Dreamliner was at 1:38 p.m. We know from satellite imagery that the entire length of the runway is 11,500 feet almost. So given the, if we merge the satellite data with ADSB, we can confirm that the aircraft utilized its entire length before it tried to take off. Now the next visualization, this is a broader visualization showing you exactly what may have happened. So at the height of 425 feet, the aircraft lost its power. After that, the vertical descent started. The vertical speed of descent was roughly 475 feet per minute, which should give you an idea that the pilots virtually had no time to react. This is again based on ADSB data. The aircraft was last recorded at 425 feet above the ground level. If you measure sea level as the reference, that becomes 625 feet. But because the Ahmedabad airport itself is roughly about 200 feet above the sea level, so the height, the altitude of the aircraft from the runway should be roughly around 425 feet at the time it lost control. We have another visualization. So this is the broader picture based on preliminary information, open source ADSB information. This is what may have happened. At the height of 425 feet, the aircraft lost complete control. It started vertical descent. The speed calculated again through ADSB inputs was 475 feet per meter, giving virtually no time to the crew and the pilots to make any adjustments. Rajdeep?
Very interesting, Ankit. What you're saying effectively is that the pilot at best had 1 minute, given that he was at that particular height, not more than even or barely 1 minute to try and make any attempt to control the aircraft, simply not enough. Am I correct? That's broadly what you're saying. It was such a speed.
Probably
less than a minute.
Less than that, Rajdeep. Given the size of the aircraft, if you calculate the vertical descent speed, 475, the vertical height is just 425, so not even complete 1 minute.
Right. Ankit, very useful information there. Ankit Kumar explaining to us very clearly as to why it became so difficult at that height to even manage the aircraft, and eventually it's crashed into that hostel building, medical hostel in Ahmedabad. KVJ Rao, former senior cabin crew member, this is the ultimate nightmare scenario for anyone associated with aviation. Thoughts with Air India, with all the crew, and of course all the passengers. Your first thoughts, sir? Mr. Rao. Mr. Rao, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a very sad incident. This could have been avoided if certain precautions were taken, but to be very honest with you, DGCA has been lax on a lot of issues, and this is not the first time that we're looking at it.
Is it fair when you, I mean, you know, I want to be very cautious before pinning blame on anyone at this stage. When you say that DGCA has been lax, can you be more specific before we make any kind of allegation at a time like this?
Every statement I make, I take responsibility. I have a DGCA letter here to Air India where the breathalyzer tests of the pilots were forged. I have another letter here where wrong crew were rostered for a flight. An inexperienced pilot was on board. You see, I have been raising these issues time and again. We were just waiting for a tragedy to happen. Rajiv, and this is not from today. It is from 2008. Let me put it very blunt. I've been to the courts. The courts are also lackadaisical, but I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, but Mr. Rao, the only reason I'm slightly hesitant to allow this narrative to carry on is only because it is just hours after the crash. We have still no idea what caused it. Air India, DGCA, their role will surely be the subject of several, hopefully serious inquiries to ensure that what happened is never repeated. But you seem to be suggesting that this is a long festering problem when it comes to negligence. We don't know whether this was in any form caused by negligence or pilot error or bird hit, the various theories that are doing the rounds.
As of now, there are all theories, and I totally agree with you. My only contention now, Rajdeep, to be very honest with you, is had we taken precautions at time, maybe this could have been averted. This is not only regarding flight safety, it is the area around the airport. It was a residential area where the aircraft went down. We could have avoided that if proper precautions were taken. Like in Bombay, we have the funnel effect. We had to file cases. So I am not pinning a blame on any particular one person at this point of time.
Sir, just a minute, sir. Mr. Patel, can you join us? I've sent you a Zoom link. Yeah, on your two.
आ चुकी है और सभी में एक दो बूथे
Sorry, I had a live call from the former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel. He'll join us in a moment. I just want to stop you, Mr. Rao, for a moment. Devesh Agarwal, aviation expert, also joining us. Mr. Agarwal, lots of speculation, but prima facie, this appears a 1 in a million kind of incident that has occurred. A flight taking off, a Dreamliner, 787, double engine, should crash in this manner within a minute or two or less than 5 minutes of takeoff.
Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity. First, let me preface, as everybody, prayers for those who are in the hospital for their recovery, and prayers for the Almighty to give strength, to the families of the bereaved. Accidents on takeoff are not rare. They have happened quite frequently. In the case of Air Florida flight, I think at I forget which airport, the aircraft stayed a little too long on the runway after getting de-iced, and ice built up on the wings, and it did not, provide adequate lift to the plane. I think a Scandinavian Airlines DC-9 has come and has also crashed on takeoff. So on takeoff, there have been quite a few sets of instances where planes have crashed on takeoff. There was a situation where I think, if I remember,
I'm going to stop you, Devesh, for a moment. I'm again going to stop you for a moment because I'm joined by Praful Patel, former Civil Aviation Minister, someone who was in that position for a decade. Mr. Patel, your first thoughts and reactions to this terrible tragedy, sir?
Well, it's a very tragic incident, and my condolences, and actually I'm very sad and distressed because India's aviation sector, by and large, has a very good track record. In India, we follow very good safety protocols. Let me be honest, nobody should doubt India's aviation safety or ability. And this aircraft, a 787, is one of the most technologically advanced aircraft, a robust aircraft used by most airlines of the world, major airlines. Thousands of them are flying every day. And to have the first crash of a 787 in India is something very disturbing.
It is tragic. It is disturbing. You say that India has a very good track record. So does the 787, not so much the 737, but the 787 has a very good safety record so far. There have been questions, though, Mr. Patel, over Boeing in the past. Do you believe there's all kind of speculation? How would you approach now the inquiry? In the past, there's a sense that some of these inquiries have not yet given us clarity that is desperately needed by the civil aviation sector.
Well, let me be honest that an inquiry can reveal quite a lot. It's not that it can't reveal. And in India, we now have the Accident Investigation Bureau, which is independent of the DGCA or of the ministry. And it's a completely separate institution. And that gives you a very fair assessment of what could have gone wrong and the reasons of the crash. But for that, we'll have to wait for the black box and other equipment which is on board. Coming to the point of safety. Coming to the point of safety, the 787 has been in service for almost 15, 16 years now. And it is flying in the thousands all across the world by many major airlines. So there is no real reason to think that the 787 as an aircraft is, has any real issue. Because this aircraft, particularly the one it crashed, has also been flying for 11 years. It flew this morning from Delhi to Ahmedabad and was flying to London under the command of a very experienced 8,500-hour pilot in command. And
my sources in Air India tell me also that the fact is that even though it's an 11-year-old flight aircraft, that should be no reason to believe that the aircraft could develop a snag.
11-year-old aircraft is nothing. It is a very normal age of an aircraft. There is nothing to be alarmed because of 11 years. In fact, aircraft can fly safely even if they are 30 or 40 or 50-year-old. It's as good as you maintain them. So there's no real issue on the aircraft per se. Besides, this aircraft flew in this morning from Delhi to Ahmedabad. If there was any snag on the aircraft, obviously it wouldn't have been cleared to fly on the next leg from Ahmedabad to London. And also, remember, Rajdeep, you and me fly every day. We also know that the pilots and the second in command always do pre-flight checks. There's a big manual which is given. The pilots, however experienced they may be, they take that list and they do every check and they convince each other that yes, everything is okay, all the boxes are ticked. Then only the plane actually pushes back, and after pushback also there are another set of checklists. After that only will the plane actually roll on the runway for takeoff. So
are you saying as someone who initiated or was one of the key initiators of open skies, our skies are very safe? Because remember, Mr. Patel, just a couple of weeks ago, an Indigo flight on its way from Delhi to Srinagar, the nose blew off. Now, there were question marks over there. There have been always stories every now and then of near misses. There's even talk in this instance, unproven, of a bird hit. But you're saying broadly, you believe, even by global standards, Indian skies are very safe. What has happened is completely mysterious, therefore, and unexplained for now.
Two things I'll just highlight. First, the Indian skies are safe as anywhere else in the world. Number one. Number two, our DGCA and our SOPs for safety are as robust and as good as also the most advanced countries in the world. So on both counts, and third, even the airlines, and an airline like Air India or Indigo, or for any matter of that matter, any other airline, has its own safety manuals, flight trainings for captains, for the maintenance standards, for all other flying protocols. So there is no reason to get upset or worried whether India's flying is safe or not. I would say anybody who has to take a flight today should not even hesitate 1 second about the safety standards of India or India's airlines.
The worry, of course, the worry, yes, go ahead, please, go ahead.
The second thing is what happened here. Now, there could be various things which people can attribute. I mean, some people are obviously more knowledgeable technically than me, who are pilots themselves, who will be able to speak much more authoritatively. But at this moment, even for them to hazard a guess would be unfair, for the simple reason that obviously the pilot was convinced and therefore he took off. He was on a takeoff roll. And if he had any problem, he could have aborted takeoff. There is always a band of safety. Obviously, between that band of safety and his takeoff, something went wrong, or immediately after takeoff, something went wrong because he immediately issued a Mayday call. A Mayday is the ultimate call that I'm in trouble. I have nothing else. I don't know what to do. So the point here is about safety. At this moment, we are prejudging a lot of things. You just mentioned about an Indigo flight a few days ago going to Srinagar. That ran into rough weather. Now that turbulence can occur on any flight. Turbulence can occur on any flight, and unfortunately, that aircraft would have had no problem had it been allowed to divert into Pakistani airspace. But given the incidents of the last few weeks, months, it has been unfortunate that Pakistan did not allow its airspace to be used.
This particular, you see, that's, Mr. Patel, as you said, that was into hostile weather or rough weather. Here it was a clear day, it was afternoon time, and therefore, obviously there is concern over what could have gone wrong. You're absolutely right. Only the black box will reveal what could have happened and a full inquiry. But you're giving a reassurance and you're sending out that firm message today. Indian skies are safe. Do not panic.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I can assure you, anybody should not even hesitate for a second as far as his next flight is concerned. Please take the flights. Please do not worry about your safety. Of course, now
and you're saying that you're saying DGCA is fully in control.
I think
DGCA
so.
does not compromise. DGCA does not compromise on safety standards.
I don't think that we have to worry about DGCA safety standards. In fact, to be honest, a lot of airlines and pilots complain that our DGCA is very strict.
Right.
And I think it's good. And there's nothing we should be, really, getting alarmed about the safety standards.
Okay.
Now, you see, why it's happened, what has happened. Now, to hazard guesses at this moment would be absolutely unfair, and unfair even to the captain who was commanding this aircraft, because his experience, his knowledge, or his own life was at stake. Would he do something stupid unless he was sure?
I couldn't agree with you more, Praful Patel. 8,000 hours plus of flying, very experienced pilot, and Air India tells me that he was one of their finer pilots. I appreciate, Praful Patel, you joining me at this hour of grief and tragedy in Ahmedabad. Thank you so much for taking the time. At this moment, I'm also joined by the present Civil Aviation Minister. He's been speaking, Mr. Raman Naidu. He's the youngest minister, remember. We'll play it in a moment. He's gone to the site, remember. Ahmedabad Airport itself has been completely blocked out for now. Meanwhile, news coming in, a US probe team will be coming to India. US investigators traveling to India shortly to assist the aircraft accident investigation. The National Transportation Safety Board, that's the NTSB, is an independent US government investigative agency responsible for civil transportation accident investigation. As per international protocols under the International Civil Aviation Organization's Annex 13, all information on the investigation will be provided to the government of India. So that's the other news that we are getting. A US probe team will be traveling to India. Let's listen in at the moment to the Civil Aviation Minister. Also getting news in that at least 40 doctors have been injured in this. Remember, these were the doctors on the ground. As the US team comes to investigate the plane crash, 40 doctors are on the ground who are in their hostels, some of them having lunch, were injured. And we fear that at least 5 of them, 3 MBBS students are dead, 45 injured after the plane crash. So our thoughts not just with those families who've lost their near and dear ones in the air crash, but those on the ground too, tragically killed in this air crash, and our thoughts clearly with them. There you can see the Union Civil Aviation Minister, the youngest minister in the Narendra Modi government. Mr. Raman Naidu is there at the moment, and he has been speaking to people on the ground to get a ground view of all that has happened. The Civil Aviation Minister has reached the crash site, and we will be listening to what he has to say. I had spoken to him earlier this evening. He said that I will give you all the details after I've done an on-the-spot inspection of what has happened there. Remember, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport has been closed to air traffic for now. That's the Ahmedabad airport where this crash took place, just near the airport. The flight taking off at about 1:35, crashing 5 minutes later. You can also see the Air India flight helpline number on your screen, 1-800-5691. 1444 is one of the numbers. There's also separate numbers for assistance for British nationals, as well as Air India's dedicated helpline number is flashing on your screen at the moment. I'll ask my producer to hold on to those numbers for a while. Hotline number for foreigners, hotline number for British nationals. Air India ensuring that as much of information can be provided at this moment. That's Mr. Rama Naidu, who's the Telugu Desam MP. His father, Yaran Naidu, was also a TDP MP. And okay, I'm going now to Brajesh Doshi, our correspondent on the ground. Brajesh, we were just flashing on air, 45 doctors injured, at least 3 dead. Can you give us more details about what you're picking up on the ground, particularly about now the casualty figures? 204 confirmed dead, but there were 243 on board. So are we saying that there are about 30 to 39 injured who've been taken to hospital? Rajesh? Rajesh, can you listen? Okay, we'll try and go back to Brajesh. Confirmed were 204 dead. We're told 3 doctors are confirmed dead on the ground. An NTSB team is coming to India to assist the aircraft accident investigation. Clearly, this has sent shockwaves not just in India, but across the world when a plane with a formidable track record of safety, the 787. Okay, let's listen in to what the minister said.
15 मिनट में मैं खुद आ गया था। पूरा धुआं पूरा वातावरण पूरा धुआं ही था। जो करीब था 15 मिनट में यहाँ पे चाय वाले या कोई है वो भी उसका बेटा उसकी बहू उसका हाथ जल गया और वो लड़का तो उसका डेथ हो गया। वो और उसका फैमिली वाला उसका 15 मिनट में तो हाथ में पड़े वो लोग थे जो वो बता रहे थे कि अचानक से हुआ कुछ समझ नहीं आया। दूसरे जो लोग थे उन्होंने देखा लेकिन वो काफ़ी देर तक यहाँ से नज़दीक नहीं जा पा रहे थे क्योंकि हीट इतना था, तो हीट के कारण वो पहुँच नहीं पाए। आंखों में भी पूरा जलन, पूरा पदार्थ पूरे जल रही थी। सर आप वहाँ चलेंगे ना तो आपको पूरा आइडिया आ जाएगा। देख के आएगा ऊपर चला पीछे का जो भाग है उसकी तरफ नहीं जा पाए। हाँ, पर वो आई थिंक बिल्डिंग थोड़ा डिस्टर्ब हो गया है तो वो गिर भी सकते। और पेड़ों में जो अथड़ाया हुआ है उसमें पूरा वो दिख रहा है। अजू की तरह सर एक पोस्ट इंसिडेंट जो आप बता सके थोड़ा स्टेटमेंट टाइप सर ओनली स्टेटमेंट। हाँ एक साथ चल रो एक मिनट।
सर नहीं उसका नहीं, बस सिर्फ यही है। थोड़ा इंग्लिश में बोल देता हूँ। हिंदी में उतना इंग्लिश में थोड़ा हिंदी थोड़ा हिंदी वो शब्दों का वो ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। हिंदी में कुछ अलग नहीं
यार ये नहीं माइक नीचे रख
ओके सर। सर ये इंसिडेंट माइक राहुल नीचे आएंगे। I am totally shaken by the incident that has happened today near Ahmedabad airport. Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program. But the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who are there near the crash site. A lot of relief effort has been done already right from Indian Army, NDRF, state police, medical departments, including aviation concerned departments. Everyone has attended immediately. The fire department, to the best of their abilities, they have been functioning here and doing the rescue operations. And we still have to find out the numbers. I don't want to put any wrong numbers to you, so we still have to go through the numbers. And my condolences, my prayers, my thoughts with the families of the bereaved. And we are trying to extend all the help that can be done. And even our Honorable Home Minister is also coming to inspect the site right now. He will be coming here. We'll go through another round of inspection. We'll talk to some of the people who are here and all the teams that are here. And then we are having one meeting at the Circuit House. Annex. So we will be discussing some more things there. Maybe once we go through all these discussions, I can give you some more information. But if you ask me, then I'm just thinking about the families and the passengers who are there. It's a great loss. Yes, it is. It is very very sad to know that Vijay Rupani ji, Chief Minister, was also there, and like you're mentioning, other nationals were also there, children were also there. I would only say that each and every life is precious to us. Each and everyone is a very important person to us. So it's an incident which has shaken the nation also. Everyone has expressed their grief.
सीरियसली इस घटना को लिया जा रहा है क्योंकि इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी होने के बावजूद इस तरह की घटना होना तो वो एक अपने आप में बड़े सवाल खड़े हैं.
Yes. I'll only give one line to what you have asked right now. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We'll do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now. बस अभी इतना काफी.
Thank you.
Okay, Rama Naidu, the Minister for Civil Aviation there, speaking after the incident, promising a full, fair, transparent investigation. The investigation will, of course, hold center stage a little later. For now, our thoughts are clearly with the victims above all else. Remember, more than 240 people, 243 were on board, including 12 crew members. And there are tragic reports of at least 3 MBBS doctors who've succumbed to their injuries on the ground. Questions will be raised over Boeing itself, over the safety of the Boeing plane. Devesh Agarwal, is this a completely safe plane? There have been questions over the Boeing 737. This was a 787 Dreamliner, totally safe. You're on mute, Devesh.
Very sorry about that. I'm saying the fact that this plane in less than 12 years has already sold 1,200 aircraft, when previously the 747, which was the famous jumbo jet, sold only 1,500, and 777, the next wide body from Boeing, sold about 1,600, 1,700, and I'm including cargo aircraft, and 787, there is no cargo version yet. It just goes to show how popular this plane is. It is incredibly safe. People were speculating about the engines. The GE Gen X engines are derived from the GE 90 engines, which power every 777 in the world. These are the engines that essentially were proven to be so reliable that, if you recall, long back, about 30, 40 years ago, planes had to always be within 60 minutes of an airport so that they could divert. Today, that period has gone up to 6 hours. And that's what enables our Air India to do, trans-Siberian, trans-North Pole flights from San Francisco to Delhi and to Bangalore and all. It is because this engine is so reliable. So people are, we have clearly seen that there is a loss of lift, but a loss of lift is caused by more reasons than just an engine. And if you see, the engine is not emitting any smoke or anything. I am really a bit skeptical about the engine failing, but I would not like to speculate as to the reasons. And people also wonder if there have been aircraft crashes on takeoff. There have been quite a few.
Okay. Devesh Agarwal, I think you're being very, very rational when you say don't speculate at this stage. Of course, questions will be raised depending on what the black box finds, but that's for the future. for now. Our thoughts are, as I keep repeating, squarely with the victims, both in the air and on the ground. Let me bring you the headlines once again. Air India's London-bound flight from Ahmedabad has crashed moments after takeoff. 242 people were on board the flight that crashed. All passengers, at least 204, are confirmed dead. 169 Indians, including former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, were on the ill-fated flight. 52 British, 7 Portuguese nationals among the passengers. The dramatic moment of the crash captured on camera. Plane seen plunging 5 minutes after takeoff. An orange ball of fire seen hitting a residential area near Ahmedabad Airport. Flight data shows Air India flight attained a max takeoff altitude of 625 feet, then plunged into a virtual free fall. Pilots made an SOS call, then just fell silent. Prime Minister Modi takes stock of the situation, speaks to Civil Aviation Minister Rama Mohan Naidu. Home Minister Shah rushes to Ahmedabad. The first ever big crash of a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Boeing stocks get a massive beating global markets as questions raised over the airliner.
Co-powered by Acha Kiya, Insurance Liya. Co-powered by Windsor EV Pro, Business Class Goes Pro. Ramaiya University, lead, innovate and transform the world.
Just to take you through all that's happened, an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner has crashed near Ahmedabad just minutes after takeoff. It marks the first ever crash involving this particular aircraft model. Renowned for its advanced technology, robust safety systems, the Dreamliner's unexpected failure will raise urgent questions. Investigators now relying on data from the black box to uncover the cause of the tragedy. Take a look at the details in this report.
The air crash in Ahmedabad on Thursday is the first ever crash of a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. The Air India plane en route to London from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport crashed just minutes after takeoff. The crash marks the first catastrophic loss of a 787-8 Dreamliner since the model's debut in 2011. Equipped with the latest avionics, fly-by-wire controls and multiple layers of automated safety protocols, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is globally recognized for its reliability and advanced engineering. The first model in Boeing's Dreamliner series. This is a state-of-the-art long-haul wide-body aircraft designed for efficiency, passenger comfort and reduced environmental impact. Widely used for intercontinental travel, this aircraft features integrated modular avionics, a centralized system that reduces component count, streamlines maintenance and boosts performance. With a seating capacity of 242 to 290 passengers, the aircraft can fly up to a range of 13,530 kilometers non-stop. Made with advanced composites, the aircraft is lighter and more fuel-efficient, making it perfect for long-haul journeys. The cause of the crash remains unknown. The incident had immediate financial repercussions. Boeing shares dropped 8% in the US, pre-market trading following the crash. The critical question now is, what went wrong? The investigators will find vital clues in the flight data recorder or the black box, which is placed at the rear end of the Dreamliner. The black box is designed to survive crashes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, we're getting some big breaking news at this moment. One survivor Ahmedabad Police Commissioner now telling ANI, speaking to ANI on a phone call. Ahmedabad Police Commissioner says, GS Malik, the police have found one survivor in seat 11A. One survivor has been found in the hospital and is under treatment. Cannot say anything about the number of deaths yet. The death toll may increase as the flight crashed in a residential area. So that's the big news that we are getting at this moment. There is hope. One survivor has walked out unscathed. Lone survivor, the white t-shirt. The person you're seeing in the white t-shirt is the miracle survivor. Seat 11A, a survivor who was in seat 11A reportedly has managed to come out virtually unscathed. We're trying to get more details on that because prima facie that seems miraculous. But that's what we are being told. A miracle survivor of Air India plane crash. One survivor has walked out unscathed. I'm going to try and get from the passenger manifest his exact details because we had that passenger manifest. 11A, Ramesh Vishwakumar Buchavarda Diu, age Ramesh Vishwakumar, age 38, is safe. He jumped from the flight. That's right. That's what we are being told now, that there could be one miracle survivor from seat 11A. Speaking to ANI on a phone call, Ahmedabad Police Commissioner says the police found one survivor in seat 11A. He's been found and taken to the hospital, is under treatment. Cannot say anything more about the number of deaths. The death toll may increase as the flight crashed a residential area. But we will try and get you as many details at the moment. That's the one positive news coming in on this very dark day. One potential survivor, miracle survivor of the Air India plane crash. Brajesh Doshi is now joining us live from Ahmedabad. Brajesh, we're just getting this news that there could be one survivor from seat 11A.
Definitely, Radib, this is a big miracle if this news comes true. As per the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner, one lone passenger was jumped from the plane during this incident. So it is not less than a miracle if he is alive, and he's alive after such a horrible incident. Right now we are at the place. I would just like to show you the visuals of the plane which was stuck at BJ Medical Hostel mess, where the Indian doctor were taking lunch in the noon, and this plane was crashed on that mess where more than 30 Indian doctors were present there. Some of them are somewhere died due to this incident, but there is no official figures given yet how many doctors are alive or how many doctors have died. But this is the wreckage of the plane which is still there. And now the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has reached at the spot right now, where he is taking the stock of the situation, how the incident was occurred and how it has happened. So Gujarat Chief Minister has reached to the spot, and he is taking the stock of the situation, how this incident was occurred. The Chief of the Police, DGP, is with him. He is briefing the Chief Minister here that how it was happened and how the incident was occurred, how the rescue operation was done, how the teams reached here, be it NDRF, SDRF or the armed forces were reached on the spot after the incident. So these are the review, taking a stock of the review of the situation right now. In a short while from now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will reach here. He will also visit the site, and he will also look the situation. But this is the site where the plane was crashed and hostel mess. We have been told that this is a BJ Medical's hostel mess where this plane was crashed in the noon, where more than 50 people were here with doctors and their families, and the local people were there also in this mass. But there is no confirmation yet how many people are alive or how many people are died. We have to wait for the official confirmation. But the good news, as per the Ahmedabad police commissioner, that one lone survivor of this incident was saved, and he jumped from the flight during this incident.
Do you believe in God? If that is true, in a flight like that, with the kind of crash that's taken place, if there's a survivor, it's a miracle. Now, we're trying to get you more details of this, but this is a story that gives you some hope. Remember, officially, or at least the police commissioner told us earlier on record, that 204 people reportedly had died. There were 243 on board. But we are being told that this is the possible survivor. Now, whether the survivor, also whether the, given the way he's walking, he seems relatively unscathed. But we're trying to get more details of this. Was he on the flight, seat 11A, as some are suggesting? Was he on the ground? More details will come in a moment, but clearly this could be just that one ray of light on this very, very dark day for Indian aviation, civil aviation in particular. It's given us some reason to hope amidst all the despair that we brought you over the last few hours. I'm going to try and get more details. We'll try and get the police commissioner to confirm that this indeed, the person you're seeing on your screen, he was sitting in 11A. One report is that he jumped out of the plane as it was catching fire. But even so, that needs to be confirmed as to his identity, and whether that indeed the person there is the person who has survived miraculously in this air crash. One survivor reportedly walking out unscathed. Okay, I'm joined by Sanjay Lazar at this moment, aviation expert and CEO Avialaz, and Wing Commander Vikram Mahajan, a former military helicopter pilot, presently flying helicopters commercially. Wing Commander Anil Goel, a pilot and aviation specialist, is also with us. I'll also be joined by Group Captain Narayan Deepak, retired test pilot. As I've been saying, we don't want to speculate. It's just too early to give reasons, but I want to give each and every one of you an opportunity to give your first thoughts when you heard of this crash. Sanjay Lazar, why don't you start first?
Thank you, Rajdeep. Thank you for having me on your show. And very sad day for Indian aviation, Air India, and global aviation as well. My heart goes out to all the families of the passengers, the crew, and the families of the students at the hostel, medical hostel. The 787, as we know, is a very trusted, reliable aircraft, 1,200 of them flying in the skies. And this is the first major incident, stroke accident for any 787. So it will come as quite a surprise. The pilots had almost 10,000 hours of experience on aircrafts, and they're not new to this field. So obviously there was something really out of the ordinary that went on here. The takeoff profile seemed okay. From what I can glean only from the videos and basic information was that the pilot took off, and then at 625 feet they started falling, and then they crashed. This could possibly be catastrophic loss of power in both engines, or an major ingestion of birds, or just total engine failure. That's how I can see it.
Okay. Let me, Wing Commander Vikram Mahajan, your first thoughts when you heard of this air crash, 5 minutes into takeoff, a 787 Dreamliner crashing in this manner.
It's a very sad day for Indian aviation today. As I got to know, my heart goes out to all the people who've lost their lives and their families today, be it the crew, be it the passengers on the aircraft, or those on the ground there. As I went through a bit of history, it's been 40 years since any Indian airline lost a wide-body aircraft. The last crash being on the 23rd of June, 1985, which was the Kanishka crash. That was an act of terror. And prior to that, if we were to attribute it to some other reasons other than terror, then it was the 1st of January 1978. We lost Emperor Ashok flying out of Mumbai on the early morning of 1st of January. So if we go back into record, The wide body fleet of our country has had an absolutely wonderful record. So there is no reason to believe any other way. However, as we look at the footage that we see both on TV, on social media, otherwise, something drastic has definitely gone wrong. As also it emerges from the Mayday call which has come from the pilots. No further calls have been heard from the pilots, probably because they have been busy trying to settle something that's, unnerved them, unsettle them right after takeoff. It is a very, very critical phase. The rest, I would not like to speculate. Let the inquiry happen. Let the records come out. But very, very sad day for Indian aviation. A very tragic crash.
Wing Commander Anil Goyal, your first reaction, sir.
Sir, very good evening to all of you. And as Wing Commander Vikram sir said, it is a tragic day, and our heart goes out to all the crew, passengers, and their relatives. And one thing which has stood out, that both the airport, the Ahmedabad airport, and the Air India has stood to the occasion, and they've set up the sails to give all possible information to their relatives, and they're handling the situation very well. So I hope that they continue to do so and help out all the victims and their families, because a lot of people will be asking a lot of questions. And I hope we are able to go through this tragic situation in a befitting manner of as an emerging superpower. That's all I would like to say.
Let me bring in Group Captain Narayan Deepak. You're a retired test pilot. Your first reaction, sir.
Thank you, Rajdeep. I suspect it's I'm just speculating. It could have been a bird strike leading to loss of power in both the engines, because it's a controlled flight into terrain. It's completely controlled, and the aircraft is just flying smoothly straight into the ground. In between, I got some messages regarding that there was total electrical failure at 625 feet, and the aircraft was descending at some 475 feet per minute, and the pilots had barely 2 minutes to recover. I'm personally pretty sure that total electric failure will not lead to loss of power. So, in all probabilities, it could have been a bird strike leading to total loss of power.
You're saying it could have been, I've heard pilots speaking about this off record over the last few hours, but I'm presuming that is pure speculation at the moment. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. It's just a speculation, because I don't see any reason why should an engine fail.
Yeah, there's this question, and I think, some of you who've flown a lot of aircraft in the past, Wing Commander Vikram Mahajan, you're a former military helicopter pilot, both engines failing. Yeah, but before that, let's just hear from the survivor, the miracle man of this aviation tragedy that's taken place. Just some piece of hope. Let's listen in to the passenger in flight 11A, in seat 11A. His name is, I have the passenger manifest with me at the moment, and the name of the passenger that you can see on your screen at the moment, the miracle passenger of this aviation tragedy, is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh was in 11A, Indian passport holder, British passport holder. Due administration is in touch with him. So, status at the moment, passenger Vishwa Kumar Ramesh is the one passenger who reportedly has survived. That's the miracle news that's coming in at the moment. The kind of story that will reinforce faith in many, that there is someone above us all who's decided our time has not come. And that's the story of a survivor who's walked out unscathed in a crash of this kind, where the fear is that majority, if not all, the passengers on board and crew may have died. So we're trying to get you even more details. Listen to him. He's been asked by people about what happened, and he's just waving them away. But he doesn't seem to be too badly injured. The lone survivor, interestingly, just one seat behind him in 12A was Vijay Rupani, the Gujarat Chief Minister, former Gujarat Chief Minister. So that's the story that we'll keep tracking. The survivor reportedly jumped out of the emergency exit, is what we are being told at the moment. Okay, let's listen in again with the translations. Okay, we are getting more details about the passenger. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh has told Aaj Tak, this is the passenger you can see on screen, 30 seconds after takeoff there was a loud noise and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly. When I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. There were pieces of the plane all around me. Someone grabbed hold of me and put me in an ambulance and brought me to the hospital. My brother Ajay was seated in a different row. We had visited Diu and were traveling together. I can't find him anymore. I think that's the miracle passenger. Not necessarily the person we saw in the white shirt, but that's the face of the miracle passenger. That's the miracle passenger who still... Okay, both I'm told that's the same person, but that's him now in the hospital. He was carried there and taken by ambulance. That's Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. Let me repeat what he's told Aaj Tak. 30 seconds after takeoff, there was a loud noise and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly. When I got up, there were bodies all around me. I was scared. I stood up and ran. There were pieces of the plane all around me. Someone grabbed hold of me and put me in the ambulance and brought me to the hospital. My brother Ajay was seated in a different row. We had visited Diu and were traveling together. I can't find him anymore. Please help me find him. Please just think of what we've just seen. In a plane which has crashed into a building, 5 minutes after takeoff, exploded on crashing. There could be a miracle survivor. There is a miracle survivor who's recounting the horror to us. And that is the survivor of flight AI-171, who seems to be relatively unscathed given the scale of what happened on that flight. And therefore, our thoughts and prayers and the hope, of course, that maybe there are one or two other survivors as well, both in air and on the ground, of course. But that's the good news, in a way, on this very, very dark day, that we are getting you a miracle survivor recounting the horror of it here to India today. We're trying to, of course, cross-check the details of the individual, who you can see also walking away from that flight which crashed in. But the miracle survivor tells us, I stood up and ran. I was scared. His brother was also on the flight. The brother has not been found at this moment. Meanwhile, visuals coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has landed on the spot. He is there at the moment at Ahmedabad Airport, and he is, remember, also an MP from Ahmedabad, from Gujarat, the Home Minister of the country, landing there a short while ago. All of this is, of course, what has happened has shocked the nation, it shocked the political leadership, and it has sent a chill down the spine of many people who travel every day by air to see a flight, such a safe aircraft with a safety record, a wide-bodied aircraft crash in that manner. Okay, we're getting more. Those are visuals of Mr. Amit Shah. This is, of course, near the Ahmedabad airport. Remember, the plane crashed just outside the airport, just a little way away. There was a medical college, a medical hostel for MBBS students, and parts of the plane crashed into that particular area where Mr. Shah is at the moment examining what happened, being told by the officials the sequence of events that led to this horrific air crash in Ahmedabad. Okay, let's... Sanjay Lazar, there is a God out there. When you hear that there is a miracle survivor who has survived virtually unscathed, the only impression one gets is that there is a God out there who's decided your time has not come.
Absolutely. Rajdeep, this is miraculous. That's all I can say. It's absolute magic that, somebody could escape from this inferno, as it were, and jump out of the aircraft. God bless him. And I hope there are more like him who took the opportunity and jumped out to save themselves. I'm getting some very gruesome pictures on my mobile phone of the interior of the aircraft from Ahmedabad, and it's shocking to say the least. So to see this man walk out of a hospital bed on the street is unthinkable. It's just unthinkable, unimaginable. And I'm also coincidentally a survivor of, the previous wide-body Kanishka. I lost my entire family in that 40 years ago, which the wing commander spoke about. So for me,
you lost your family in the Kanishka air crash?
Yes, all my entire family. Yes, 40 years ago. So this.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sanjay. Those images coming in of the Home Minister with Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, as they look at what's been happening on the ground. Commander Vikram Mahajan, you're still with us. One of the things that is worrying people while we play those visuals is that that both engines reportedly failed. Does that surprise you as a former military helicopter pilot, that both engines would fail in this manner?
Rajdeep, the possibility of both engines failing at the same time, I would say yes, it's possible. But we need to look at the probability. What is the probability of both engines failing at the same time? It is very, very low. If you look at statistics, you will be hard-pressed to find the number of incidents of both engines failing, and that too during takeoff. Sully was a case in point, but that was attributable to bird strikes. In this particular case, we still do not know the reason, whether it was bird strike or some other reasons.
Right. You're saying that obviously we don't know. I just want to focus on a moment on the survivor. We've had helicopter crashes, Wing Commander Vikram Mahajan, where there have been on occasion a survivor or two. But in a crash of this nature, this is a pure miracle, isn't it, Wing Commander?
Absolutely, sir. It's an act of God. God has been very kind to this individual, and we sincerely hope and pray that there are some more at least who've been able to find their way out of this wreckage, of this crash.
Okay. Meanwhile, the tragic news that we can give you is we are also getting first reactions from the Air India CEO, Campbell Wilson. But the other tragic news is former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is confirmed dead. He's been confirmed by C.R. Patel, Union Minister and former Gujarat BJP Chief, has confirmed that Vijay Rupani is no more. In a moment, I'll speak to some colleagues of Vijay Rupani, including Shakti Singh Goel, who had tweeted about the the Congress leader from Gujarat who'd spoken about Vijay Rupani. Remember, Vijay Rupani was Chief Minister of Gujarat after Anandiben Patel stepped down, and he remained Chief Minister of Gujarat till 2020 when he was replaced by Bhupender Patel. But he was Chief Minister of Gujarat for almost 3 years, comes from Rajkot, and therefore there is he is in a way the other side of the story. We heard of the miracle survivor in 11A, and Vijay Rupani was in seat 12A. Mr. Rupani was one of the senior most leaders of the BJP in Gujarat, and let's listen into what C.R. Patel had to say about his colleague.
प्लेन के हादसे जब होते हैं वो भयंकर होते हैं, और वो गुजरात में अहमदाबाद में हो, ये तो कभी गुजरात के लोगों ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था। इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, इससे पूरे गुजरात और देश की प्रजा भी हिली हुई है। इंटरनेशनल प्लेन में जाने वाले सभी लोग इसमें उनको क्षति हुई है, उनको कोई मौका ही नहीं मिला, और शहर के बीच में होते हुए भी हम कुछ नहीं कर पाए। इसका बड़ा दुख है। सभी दिवंगत आत्माओं को शांति मिले उसके लिए प्रार्थना करते हैं। उनके जो स्वजन हैं, उनके ऊपर जो आपत्ति आ पड़ी है, भगवान उनको शक्ति दे, ऐसी प्रार्थना करता हूँ। और हमारे लिए तो हमारे नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री विजय भाई रूपाणी भी इसी फ्लाइट में अपने परिवार को मिलने के लिए जा रहे थे, वो भी इस हादसा का शिकार हुए हैं। भगवान उनकी भी आत्मा को शांति दे। भाजपा परिवार में ये बहुत बड़ी खोट आई है, और इस हादसा इतना बड़ा है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब भी और श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब भी तुरंत गुजरात पहुंच रहे हैं, और जो भी बन सकता है, जो भी कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए भी यहाँ पर आकर करेंगे। प्लेन के हादसे जब होते हैं वो भयंकर होते हैं।
Vijay Rupani, senior leader, I just want to correct myself. He was Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 21. So he was Chief Minister over 5 years in Gujarat, and had successfully led them to an election victory in 2017. So Vijay Rupani, senior BJP leader, is no more. He passed away. He was in seat 12A, just behind where the passenger, the miracle passenger, has survived. So you've got two stories coming to you straight. One, Vijay Rupani seated in 12A of AI Flight 171, and the passenger in 11A who survived. So a tale of two passengers. The Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, former Gujarat Chief Minister, no more, but a passenger in 11A, Vishwaguru Ramesh, has survived. And that his survival will also be really seen as a complete miracle. Apparently thrown out of the emergency exit, and thereby managed to avoid the burns that have consumed, the burning flames that consumed that flight. I'm trying to get more details. My Ahmedabad correspondent Brajesh is back with us. Brajesh, the Home Minister is on the ground at the moment. I'm presuming airline services at the airport have not resumed yet.
See, Radib, airport has resumed all the flights as per normal from around 6 p.m. As the PRO of the airport of Ahmedabad airport has shared the information, the flight operations are resumed at 6 p.m. Union Home Minister and Union Aviation Minister has visited the site where we are right now. This is the BJ Medical Hostel where the plane was crashed. After the crash, plane was landed here. So he has visited, both the Union Minister have visited the site, and they have inspected that what was the situation at that time and how the rescue operation was done. The armed forces as well joined the rescue operation with NDRF and SDRF, and all the local police officials were also joined with them. So this is the situation right now on the ground. To took the stock of the situation, which the horrific incident of the plane crash happened after more than 35 years in Ahmedabad. 35 years ago, similar kind of plane crash happened in Ahmedabad as well, but that time technology was not so much. Right now we have the access of the technology, and that's why we have able to show the visuals and the devastating visuals of the incident or the after the incident, how the mess was vanished, or the people were tumbled up at that time. How was the situation of the people, how the dead bodies were lying there. So we have seen such kind of devastating visuals because of the technology has evolved. So right now the Union Home Minister and Union Aviation Minister are visiting the spots. Now they are going to the civil hospital where the dead bodies were taken, and also the injuries were shifted to the civil hospitals, be it the resident doctors or the passengers who were badly injured during this incident. So now both the ministers, along with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, they are visiting the civil hospital, and they will meet the families of the victims or the victim families as well as the injuries as well.
Okay. Rajesh, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates. At the moment, as I said, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has also expressed grief. Remember, there's an investigation team that is expected from the Air Transport Board of the United States to help India in assisting India in this in the aftermath of this tragedy, to find out the causes, the reasons. Boeings fly across the world. America has just signed a major Boeing deal with Qatar when President Trump was in Doha recently. The Tata Group has now announced a 1 crore compensation for the victims, for the families of the victims of this tragic air crash. 1 crore each to the kin of the deceased is an announcement that Tata's has made. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio expressing his immense grief at what's happened. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, we've been telling you, is no more at the moment. Mr. Rubio has said, heartbroken by what's happened in Ahmedabad. We continue to monitor developments and work closely with the Indian government. We stand with emergency responders at a time like this. Just to add, remember there are as many as 53 British nationals on that flight. So there is the angle of the United Kingdom as well, which will be looked at closely. 1 crore each to the kin of the deceased. Just want to get in more voices at this moment from the guests who are still with us to try and understand Wing Commander Anil Goel, if you are still with us, just wanted to understand, this miracle survivor. This is truly a miracle. In a flight like this, could it just be that he managed to get out of the emergency exit?
It's a true miracle, Rajdeep. And whenever such kind of accidents happen, people generally go into a shock and they are not able to react for next 2 to 3 minutes. And they generally become, they don't feel anything. But this passenger somehow was able to react, and definitely some god of hand pulled him out of the crash site. As we can see, as the aircraft touched down on the ground, a big flames were seen and smoke was seen. Despite all that, he has managed to come out. I am a true believer in God, and I think God has actually pulled him out of the crash site.
It can only be a miracle when someone is pulled out of a crash site virtually unscathed, when everyone else appears to have either unfortunately tragically died or suffered from injuries of a kind that suggests recovery could be very difficult. This is the only case we know so far on this flight of a survivor at the moment. Just to give you a bit more information on Vijay Rupani, 2016 to 2021 was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, was seen as someone very close to Amit Shah in particular at the time, and had become a very effective voice as Chief Minister of Gujarat, working very closely with the BJP leadership at the center, but was removed equally surprisingly. Then eventually was designated to work for the party in other states, including Punjab, where he worked on the recent assembly and Lok Sabha elections that took place, but was a party karyakarta who had a strong base in Rajkot, very old, from the older generation in a way of the BJP, or you want to call it the Gen Next of Gujarat BJP, I should correct myself. Vijay Rupani has passed away. The images you're getting is also of Home Minister Amit Shah, who is at the moment in Ahmedabad. Mr. Shah is the MP from Gandhinagar, and that's not very far from the airside. We're just playing you this footage. Take a look very closely. This has been taken from takeoff to crash. Just take a look. The flight has taken off and just doesn't go any further. And at around 460 feet or it begins to slowly crash, eventually there exploding into a ball of fire. The aircraft was simply unable to climb. It attempted to climb to about 650 feet. Ahmedabad Airport, 200 feet above sea level. So about a 450 feet climb before it just crashed in the manner that it did there. You can see, let's play that again, of the flight taking off there from Ahmedabad Airport, the wide-bodied 787 Dreamliner, and barely a minute into takeoff, the flight struggles to get any kind of height and starts descending in a manner that suggests that the pilot simply has no control left over it and eventually ends up crashing in that building. Those are those pictures that are coming in, that the smoke and the flames, the ball of flame that exploded in Ahmedabad, and we fear more than 200 people are dead. The US Secretary of State has given a fairly detailed statement where he's spoken about the tragedy in Ahmedabad and heartbroken and solidarity with the people of India. Wing Commander Anil Goel, you're looking at those pictures. Your first reaction when you see those pictures as they play out, it appears that this is something almost unprecedented, isn't it?
Absolutely. When I see the aircraft descending down like a stone, actually I feel very scared. And all the viewers who must be watching this video and who travel by here very often would literally get very scared, I'm very sure. But I would once again like to tell on your channel to all the viewers here that air travel remains the safest mode of travel worldwide. And it remains like this because of the technology which keeps evolving, the training given to the pilots and the crew, and all the infrastructure which is available at the airports and the allied services. So, yeah, these visuals are very scary. And the way the aircraft is descending is very, very dangerous. I've never seen an aircraft coming down like a stone like this. And yes,
this is a wide-body double-engine aircraft that was doing a long-haul flight. Wing Commander Vikram Mahajan, have you seen anything quite like this?
Not really, Rajdeep. These visuals, I mean, I would like to echo the sentiment of Anil here. It's really scary, but I'm sure there are definitely reasons which has led to this. And we must, look at the recovery of the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder to get a better insight into what really went wrong. And I would also like to reassure the people who fly on various airlines. This is an aberration. The air travel continues to remain the safest mode of travel, and also it's a very high visibility industry. Multiple crashes happen, but the number of lives which are lost and the visibility which it gets, makes it look very, very ghastly.
Just want to also at this moment. Sanjay, have you seen any visuals ever like this? What we are seeing today is certainly unprecedented in Indian civil aviation history. I know that we've had crashes in the 78 crash when on New Year's Day a flight crashed into the sea off Mumbai airport. But this is certainly in recent times almost unprecedented.
Absolutely, Rajdeep, and I must point out, I've been on quite a few channels all day. This is the first channel that I've seen this angle from, and it shows clearly the length of the runway used. It shows the takeoff. It shows V1 and the V2, the takeoff and the climb, and also syncs with the Mayday and the, we got information that there was an ACAS message that he had no thrust and no lift, that came from the aircraft. And this shows that, beyond a certain point, there's absolutely no lift, no thrust, and it just drops like a stone. Like Wing Commander said, it drops like a stone out of the sky, and he tries to hold it stable to pull it. You can make out that the pilot is trying to keep the aircraft stable, but it's just falling like a kite that's cut and drops to the ground. My God, very shocking. I don't believe I've seen anything like this. And look at the fireball. It's miraculous to even imagine somebody would walk out of that. To see the man on your show a few minutes ago was even more shocking, and like I say, it's the majesty of God that somebody like this could emerge from a tragedy like this. My heart goes out to all the...
I'm getting the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, has just been speaking. Listen into what he had to say.
Flight AI-171 was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members on board. Of the passengers, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, there are 7 Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national. The injured passengers have been taken by local authorities to the nearest hospitals. We are actively working with the authorities on all emergency response efforts. A special team of caregivers from Air India is on their way to Ahmedabad to provide additional support. The investigations will take time, but anything we can do now, we are doing.
Brajesh joining me from the ground at the moment, from the crash site. Brajesh, what can you tell us more about what's happening on the ground in terms of those who are in that hostel, that medical hostel? Do we have more details on them as well?
Right now we are at the ground zero where the plane was crashed. This is the BJ Medical Hostel site where 4 buildings were there, and
we're trying to get through. Okay, we'll try and get audio to him, but remember, 3 confirmed dead. The Air India plane turning into a fireball, as those visuals show you, within minutes of takeoff. In fact, scarcely just over a minute of takeoff. These are visuals from an angle that gives you just how quickly the crash took place. There's the plane taking off, and barely has it sort of started to take off that you will see that it just doesn't get any kind of flight momentum and thrust. That's the takeoff of the flight. We're barely a minute into the flight having taken off when suddenly it appears that something is going wrong, because the flight begins to virtually tail down, doesn't gather any kind of thrust. The pilot issued 1 Mayday alarm to the ATC, and then all contact was lost as the flight simply crashes in on the ground near Ahmedabad Airport, near a medical hostel. These are images that will frighten anyone who flies, but as all our guests have been repeating, flying by air is still the safest form of transportation. Many more people do die of road accidents than they die in the air. But when an accident of this scale and magnitude happens, it will cause for serious inquiry and concern as to just what went wrong with AI Flight 171. That's the full sequence that we are bringing you at this moment of the flight, in those moments before it crashed. Of course, the one piece of news that we keep reiterating, there has been a miracle survivor who's also been found on that flight. He survived the flight and emerged relatively unscathed. That's when the plane hits the ground and explodes into a fireball. Those are the visuals that will haunt the nation for the next few days. They will haunt the world and everyone in the global aviation or any passenger traveling in any corner of the world. I want to leave you at this moment with those visuals. We'll be back with much more. My colleague Gaurav Sawant will take over with many more details on our big story, the Ahmedabad plane crash, our thoughts and prayers for the families of the victims. Namaskar, Om Shanti.
It's shocking to say the least. So to see this man walk out of a hospital bed on the street is unthinkable. It's just unthinkable, unimaginable. And I'm also coincidentally a survivor of, the previous wide-body Kanishka. I lost my entire family in that 40 years ago, which the wing commander spoke about. So for me,
you lost your family in the Kanishka air crash?
Yes, all my entire family. Yes, 40 years ago. So
I'm sorry to hear that, Sanjay. Those images coming in of the Home Minister with Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, as they look at
चलाया जा रहा है जेसीबी मशीन के माध्यम से जो भी दीवार यहाँ पे तोड़ने की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है उसे तोड़ा जा रहा है क्योंकि सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता यही है कि प्लेन में जो 242 लोग सवार थे अगर उसमें से कोई भी जख्मी है तो उसे तुरंत ही निकाल कर उनका रेस्क्यू किया जाए। फिलहाल आप फायर ब्रिगेड की जो टुकड़ी है उसे भी देख पा रहे हैं। पानी छाँट कर जो भी आग लगी है उसे बुझाने की जो कोशिश है वो यहाँ पर की जा रही है। मेरे आसपास की तरफ की तस्वीरें आपको दिखाऊंगा। एयर इंडिया का ये प्लेन था और लंदन के लगभग 240 मुसाफिर इसमें शामिल थे और आप देख पा रहे हैं जो भी स्पेयर पार्ट्स हैं। प्लेन जब क्रैश हुआ तो प्लेन के जो भी अलग अलग हिस्से हैं वो यहाँ पर टूट के गिरे हुए हैं।
हमारी प्लेन जा रही थी 1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन 1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
मेरा लड़का है ना वो ब्रेक पड़ा था खाने का तो हॉस्टल में खाने गया था हॉस्टल में ही प्लेन क्रैश हुआ पर मेरे लड़का को कुछ हुआ नहीं। बात हुई मेरी और इसके भाईबंद है ज्यादा हुए तो लोग मर गए। फिर मेरे लड़का को देखने जाना है अंदर।
अभी क्या लड़के को क्या सिचुएशन है?
लड़का बोला है कि मैं अच्छा दूसरे मार से कूदा था ना तो थोड़ा खाली लगा है ऐसा बोला है मेरे को और मैं जाऊँ अंदर तो मालूम पड़े ना।
मेरी शादी था ऑफिसर थी लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ फिर
1 घंटे में समझ रहा है प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है इसलिए मैं वापस अहमदाबाद के बाहर निकल गया था फिर वापस आए सील में आ गया।
जिस तरह के यहाँ के हालात है इस हिसाब से यहाँ पर सभी जगह से एम्बुलेंस भी जो है मंगवाई गई है और यहाँ पर लोगों का जो आना जाना शुरू हो गया है। जो परिजन है वो भी यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं क्योंकि ये यहाँ पर ही सभी को लाया गया है। सभी जो पैसेंजर जो इसमें घायल हुए उन लोगों को यहाँ पर लाया गया है। यहाँ के हालात आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से परिजन जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अपने जो परिजन है वो कहाँ कैसी हालत में है कहाँ है उसकी जो पूछताछ है वो कर रहे हैं।
On board were 242 souls, 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew, and 230 passengers, including 169 Indian nationals and 61 foreigners. Among the Indians on board was former Gujarat CM Vijay Rupani. As condolences poured in from the Prime Minister to the chairman of Tata Sons, the Civil Aviation Ministry rushed to take stock of the situation.
गुजरात सरकार से हमारी मिनिस्ट्री के सभी लोग वहाँ पे संपर्क बनाए हुए हैं। वहाँ पे अभी जो राहत का कार्य है उस पे पहले काम उस पे चल रहा है। हमारी पूरी टीम वहाँ पे पहुँच रही है। मेरे साथ अभी हमारे सेक्रेटरी डीजीसी है, माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय नायडू जी वहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं। तो अभी वहाँ जाएंगे, वहाँ पे
क्या हताहत को लेके कोई कॉन्फर्मेशन इस वक्त सर?
नहीं, अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियली डिक्लेरेशन नहीं हुआ। वहाँ पे जाएंगे। पहले तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रायोरिटी यही है कि जो वहाँ पे हुआ है पहले राहत का कार्य पहले करे, उन लोगों को पहले मदद करे।
AI-171 is feared to be India's worst aviation disaster, at least in the last couple of decades. The nation's prayers are with the families of those on board the flight, as we all hope for a miracle. Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across to Brajesh Doshi, our correspondent in Ahmedabad. He's live at the crash site. Brajesh, first give us the latest updates. We are told the police commissioner has told reporters that he fears there may be no survivors. Can you give us more updates, particularly also of the people on the ground in that hostel, that medical hostel where the plane crashed or parts of the plane crashed into?
As of now, there has been no official words on the deaths of the plane crash. But right now, we are at the spot where the plane was crashed. This is the college where the plane was crashed at around 1:40 p.m. So this is the
within seconds of liftoff, and that huge Dreamliner, the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner aircraft, it took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad, bound for Gatwick in London. But within a minute of takeoff, and watch those images on your television screen, there you see the liftoff, but within seconds, there is an issue, there is a problem. The pilot says, "Mayday, mayday, mayday," and then the aircraft starts sinking, and there's a huge orange ball of fire and smoke, because this aircraft was scheduled to fly 9 hours. It was full of fuel, 242 on board, one survivor. Air India flight 171 took off from the Ahmedabad airport at 1:38. You can look at the timestamp on your screen, 1:38. Headed to Gatwick Airport, London. Within seconds, the pilot set out a mayday. The video on your screen shows the 787-8 Dreamliner struggle to gain height, and within 59 seconds, it plunges, it sinks to the ground, blowing up in a huge fireball. And there are many, many, many unanswered questions. What caused this catastrophic crash, which led to loss of so many lives? That's our top focus story on this broadcast. That's the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. From takeoff to crash in under 59 seconds. Former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Rupani, was also on board. The BJP just moments ago has announced he too sadly passed away. But there was a miracle survivor. The miracle survivor recounts that plane crash horror, and you will listen to him on this broadcast. Incidentally, he was just on that seat, one seat ahead of Rupani. Vishwas Kumar, that's the survivor. Even he doesn't know how he survived. Everybody else perished in that aircraft that went up in that huge orange ball of fire. He says he managed to come out of the plane. He said, "Go look inside. Other passengers may be inside." We are told he had siblings who were traveling with him, but within minutes, there was this huge ball of fire. We are told there have been no other survivors. And then people rushed him to hospital. He is in ICU. The worst aviation disaster is our top focus story. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Air India's London-bound flight from Ahmedabad crashes seconds after takeoff. All passengers except one feared dead. 204 deaths have now been confirmed. 52 are British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals among the passengers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches the crash site. One miracle survivor in the plane crash. 38-year-old Ramesh walks out with a few injuries. The survivor was seated on seat 11A. That horrifying moment of crash captured on camera. The massive aircraft 787 Dreamliner seen sinking less than a moment after takeoff. An orange ball of fire seen hitting the doctor's hostel near the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. Rupani was on board the Air India flight. The former Chief Minister was on seat 2D. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed about the situation. He's expressed his condolences. He spoke to Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, who too is now on site. It was a crash that was caught on camera, and this is the first crash of the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Now, this is a long-endurance aircraft. Watch those images as it lifts off. That's been caught on the CCTV camera. There, you watch the lift-off, barely flies for about 38 seconds, lifts off, attains an altitude of 625 feet, and then it starts yawing to a side, and then it starts sinking gradually. All efforts are being made, perhaps by the pilots, to revive the aircraft, to gain altitude, because that's the only thing. But then, laden with fuel, 242 passengers and crew on board, it sinks and crashes to the ground in a huge orange ball of fire and smoke. It crashed onto the hostel and mess building of a medical college. This is extremely, extremely unfortunate. This air crash of the Boeing 787. The first flight, incidentally, of a Boeing 787 Dreamliner was in 2009. It's been flying across the world with multiple airlines, considered amongst the safest. However, there have been whistleblowers in the United States of America who've raised questions about this aircraft even in the past. The FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority in the United States of America, had initially begun an investigation a couple of years earlier when a whistleblower raised some issues about the safety of the aircraft. But then it's been flying, and it's been flying almost by some of the best airlines across the world, including American Airlines, Japan Airlines, Air India. They fly the 787-8 Dreamliner. 242 passengers were on board this aircraft when it crashed. Very, very unfortunate. Was it a loss of thrust? Why was the landing gear still down? There are some pilots who've said the landing gear, moments after takeoff, the landing gear goes up immediately, but in this case, it didn't. Was that an issue? Is it true that the plane is actually yawing to the left a bit? Pilot issued a mayday call. Mayday, mayday is what he said. And the moment he said that, the ATC went back to him. However, if you notice, the ATC then said there was no response from the pilot, and seconds later, this huge ball of fire. India Today's Sandeep Puneethan now joins me with the latest on this, and he explains how this aircraft suddenly went up in flames. And Sandeep, I mean, just look at these images. It just defies imagination that an aircraft is just lifting off, can lift off even on one engine should there be an emergency, but in this case it just starts sinking and then crashes to the ground. What happened?
Air India flight 171 was headed from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick Airport on the 12th of June when it crashed shortly after takeoff. It's one of India's worst aviation incidents. What do we know about this tragedy so far? Well, the aircraft was taking off from Sardar Patel Airport in Ahmedabad. This airport has a runway with a length of 3.5 meters. The Boeing 787 took off. It hit an altitude of about 190 meters, and suddenly there was a mayday call from the cockpit with the pilots desperately radioed an SOS, and then the plane descended and crashed in a fireball here, just 2 kilometers away from the runway. There were 242 passengers and crew on board. Now there's a video that's emerged of this tragic accident just a few minutes after the aircraft took off, and that video has something very unusual. The aircraft has its undercarriage lowered and its flaps retracted. Now this is very interesting because as a pilot who studied this footage explained to us, an aircraft that was taking off and was at 190 meters would normally have these flaps lowered, because an aircraft needs to generate that kind of lift with the flaps lowered, and this is a very critical position. But in the video that we've seen, the flaps are level, they're plain, right? The 787 is an interesting design. The wings are 60 meters long. It has a wingspan of 60 meters. The length of the aircraft is just 57 meters, which means its wingspan is longer than the length of the aircraft itself. But this one incident of the flaps being level at a time when the aircraft literally has to generate the maximum lift, lower the flaps, undercarriage is retracted, of course, and as it's taking off, that points to something that went wrong inside the cockpit. The pilots must have been going through an emergency. They were trying to lower the undercarriage, or something happened. We don't know for sure yet. But that video is very crucial, and I'm sure in the next couple of days, as investigators try and gather the black box and collect evidence, this is going to be very crucial to understand what happened to the tragic Air India flight 171 that crashed in Ahmedabad.
Air crashes, aircraft accidents, they're studied world over because there are lessons to be drawn. The cockpit voice recorder, the flight data recorder, it's in an orange-colored box that's known as the black box at the tail of the aircraft, where it's relatively safe. We're told the moment that's retrieved, that will be sent to Boeing for an analysis, and then there would be better appreciation. Of course, the last conversation between the pilot and the air traffic controller was Mayday, Mayday. But why was this distress call given out? That clarity we are still awaiting. But in this gloom and doom, there was a miracle. One man of the 242 on board walked out of the aircraft on his feet. Watch that image. The police have now confirmed they found the lone survivor after this plane crash in Ahmedabad. The survivor has minor injuries, but as you can see, the man identified as Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He was seated on seat number 11A. He was returning to the UK with his brother, who incidentally is still unaccounted for. India Today has spoken to this miracle survivor. He recalled that horror. The man said there was a loud noise within 30 seconds of the takeoff, and after that everything happened very, very quickly. He told India Today when he stood up, he was surrounded by bodies and debris all around. And then he just got up and started running away from that fire, from that fear. And Vishwas was later put in an ambulance. He was taken to hospital. He was in ICU. But listen in to what he had to say. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Brijesh Doshi joining me from the crash site, that medical college. Brijesh, is there a little more clarity on survivors? Have there been other survivors? Are there people still unaccounted for? And what about the situation on ground? We believe a couple of buildings, they were burnt and they were damaged. Were there people inside these buildings?
यहाँ पे लोग खाना खा रहे थे, कुछ में कुछ ऐसे इंटर्न डॉक्टर्स थे, कुछ परिवार के साथ थे जिनके ऊपर ये कहर बन के टूटा। यहाँ पे जो हालत है, देखिए थाली में खाना अभी भी पड़ा हुआ है, खाना खा रहे लोगों के ऊपर प्लेन गिरा, उसके बाद की क्या स्थिति हुई होगी कल्पना करना जो है वो बेहद ही मुश्किल है। यहाँ पे कांच जो है वो टूटे हुए हैं, शीशे टूटे हुए हैं, दीवार जो है यहाँ पे देखिए प्लेन का ये जो पार्ट है वो किस तरह मैस में आके गिरा और यहाँ की दीवार टूट गई है, पूरी तरह से ये मलबे में परिवर्तित हो गया है। प्लेन का मलबा था और इसने हॉस्टल के मैस को मलबे में परिवर्तित कर दिया है। किस तरह की स्थिति यहाँ पे है, जो मैस की स्थिति थी यहाँ पे ये डॉक्टर्स खाना खा रहे थे, ये ऐसे डॉक्टर हैं कि जो इंटर्न डॉक्टर्स हैं अभी यहाँ पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं और उसके बाद वो जो हैं आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं। उनसे पहले उनकी जो है इनमें से कहा जा रहा है कि कुछ डॉक्टर्स की जान भी चली गई है। हालांकि आधिकारिक आंकड़ा नहीं दिया गया कि कितने डॉक्टर्स यहाँ पे थे और कितने जो है जिनकी मृत्यु हो चुकी है, पर 30 से ज़्यादा डॉक्टर्स ऐसे थे जिनको यहाँ से जो है तत्काल सारवार के लिए ले जाया गया, इलाज के लिए ले जाया गया और उनके साथ उनके परिवार के भी कुछ लोग थे। ये स्थिति दिखाती है कि क्या हुआ होगा उस हादसे के वक्त, किस तरह की स्थिति रही होगी, लोग कैसे भागे होंगे और जो जिनके हाथ में खाना था वो खाने के टेबल पे ही जो है उन्होंने अपनी आखिरी सांस ली होगी। भयावह दृश्य होंगे वो। और वहाँ पे हम अभी आज पहुँचे हैं। कितने लोग इनमें से जिंदा है, जब वो बाहर आएंगे तब वो इस बयां करेंगे कि क्या हादसा हुआ था। पर अभी किसी देख के ये अंदाज़ा लगाना कि उस वक्त क्या हुआ होगा ज़रा भी मुश्किल नहीं है। समझ सकते हैं कि आप खाना खा रहे हैं और ऊपर से कोई बम का गोला गिरे तो क्या हालत होगी, वैसी हालत यहाँ पे लोगों की हुई होगी। अहमदाबाद से कैमरामैन जिमी व्यास।
So Brijesh there reporting from ground zero at that medical college and hostel where some doctors and interns are feared injured, some very critical. We will have a medical assessment, a medical bulletin shortly. Joining me now on this India Today special broadcast is Air Marshal V.K. Bhatia, former Director General Inspections and Flight Safety of the Indian Air Force. Angad Singh is an aerospace analyst who joins me on this broadcast. Group Captain Amitabh Ranjan is also an aviation and air safety expert and a commercial pilot who joins me on this special broadcast. Air Marshal Bhatia, to you first. You've been DG Flight Safety and Inspections in the Indian Air Force. When you look at the trajectory of this aircraft, when you look at the liftoff, the takeoff and crash within 38 seconds, are you in a position to form an opinion? What could have gone wrong? There was just a mayday call from the pilot?
Gaurav, first of all, I would like to convey my deepest condolences to the travelers and other people on the ground who have lost their lives and to their families. And I must tell you that it's a very tragic and I think one of the most serious air accidents that India has witnessed for a long time. But looking at this, the way the aircraft has gone down, I'm sure that from the black box, which must have been recovered, that we will come to know actually as to what happened. But to me, it looks like that the aircraft has, after liftoff, immediately after liftoff, has lost power on both the engines. And that could have happened in all probability because of bird ingestion of big size bird injection which would have cause for the engines to wind down. And they did gain some height with the power that was available till the engines ceased. They were able to climb to few hundred feet, but that was not enough for them to take any correct action except to go straight ahead and just do the best they could do. And it's quite evident from the mayday call which the captain has given. I am not sure. The black box will tell us whether he lost both the engines or he lost single engine. But to me, it appears that he could have lost both engines because the aircraft went straight ahead and kept losing height thereafter till it crashed against the building on the ground.
And then there was nothing, Angad, there's nothing that can save the aircraft or the passengers at that time except a miracle, which in this case saved one life because it's full of fuel ahead of a long-haul flight. But if both engines, lose thrust and propulsion, is propulsion the issue prima facie?
That's right, Gaurav. That's what it looks like. The Air Marshal summed it up already. But it looks like a dual engine loss because normally if you lose one engine, the aircraft will roll or yaw in the direction of the failed engine. This aircraft carried on straight ahead, suggesting it had lost both. And that's the worst time at which to lose both engines at takeoff. There's really nothing the pilots could have done at that point to recover that. There have been almost no instances of safe outcomes when things like this happen in the past.
Yeah, because not everybody is lucky like that pilot who lost both engines and was able to land on the Hudson. There was nothing. Flight Lieutenant Meenu Wadia also joins me on this show, founder, president of Federation of Indian Pilots and a former Air India pilot. Flight Lieutenant Wadia, there's nothing that the pilots can do in such a situation. Your assessment and the chatter on pilots groups, there's a lot of chatter looking at these images. Your conclusion, sir?
Okay, I have been watching the videos on various channels, and I have something critical to explain. First of all, when any aircraft gets airborne, the pilot raises the undercarriage straight away. Now, in this case, the undercarriage is up when it reaches even about 500 feet or so. That is a little unusual. So how could it be explained? Almost immediately as the pilot took off, there must have been some sort of major emergency. Also, the survivor, it seems, has given a statement that he heard a loud noise immediately on takeoff. Yes. So there is a possibility. Yes, the power must have been available to the pilots. And if you see the time factor, I've been watching and timing the pictures that have been shown. It takes just about 12 seconds for the aircraft after rotation to reach the altitude that is about 600 feet. Yes, he must have had some power available at that stage for him to be able to climb to 600 feet. But the emergency may have started even before that. And by the time he reached 600 feet, and after that, he has come down in about 15 seconds or so. So the whole time factor has been less than 30 seconds from the time of rotation. And obviously, the emergency, when it has happened, the pilot is, at least in that short period that he has, he's focusing on how to handle that emergency. And very briefly, he's just transmitted, and that also he had so much time to transmit just Mayday. He couldn't have that time because the most important thing for him to do is to maintain direction and to sort out the emergency that he is facing. So in spite of the problems that he has had on board, he's kept the aircraft straight. And if you see the way it has come down to land, it seems as if there was a runway ahead of him is coming to do a normal landing. So it's not a major, if the aircraft had reached about 600 feet and dropped from the sky, there could have been no survivors at all. So in this case, the pilot has tried to make this aircraft as safe as possible, but unfortunately there were buildings there, hotels. So he's got and crashed into a crowded area, and that's where, yes. And that's why it has got a bowl of flame and fire. But maybe if there were no buildings, maybe more survivors could have been expected from this crash. And I wouldn't have called it a crash only. What I would call it, a pilot assisted crash because he's tried to try and put the aircraft down as smoothly as possible.
He's tried to put the aircraft down, but in that situation, I know we're only speculating, Group Captain Amitabh Ranjan, if the problem arose just as he lifted off, could it have been possible to abort the takeoff at that stage?
Sir, I would, first of all, I would convey my heartfelt condolences to all the families of the people who have suffered in this tragedy. Coming to your question, the aircraft could not have aborted takeoff after it obtained its V1, that it's rotated and it's airborne. Now there is no way that it can abort its takeoff. The best action the pilot did is evident in all the videos which have come out. Like my panelist before me has covered very nicely, that it is not a crash. It is a pilot assisted touchdown. Unfortunately, the area where it had to touch down was populated. There were obstructions, and that's why the aircraft could not be recovered safely. Had it been an open area, we wouldn't have seen a tragedy to this scale. So the takeoff could not have been aborted once the aircraft was airborne.
Okay, Air Marshal Bhatia said it was a pilot-assisted attempt at a pilot-assisted touchdown. But when you've run out of runway, you've crossed the perimeter wall of the airport and you're out in the city, and cities keep expanding and eating into that open area closer to airports. I don't know if it was even possible to continue and try and make a loop. That clearly wasn't possible in this scenario, Air Marshal Bhatia, because the lone survivor, the sole survivor, says the moment there was a liftoff, there was a loud bang. What would explain a loud bang? A bird hit?
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. What has happened is that immediately after the aircraft got airborne, it has actually experienced that emergency. And soon after that, he gave a mayday call as well. I am only assuming, but of course, the black box will actually tell us what exactly happened. But there is a possibility that if there were a large flock of birds, and I'm talking about big birds, which might have got ingested in both the engines and caused a double engine failure. And with the residual power that he had, he was able to climb up to some height. And in that melee and in that emergency, they could have forgotten even to raise the undercarriage. But the fact is that this actually caused for the engine loss. I remember in my younger days, I had a similar case in a fighter aircraft where I had a bird head immediately after takeoff. And my engine, I was in a single engine fighter where it had actually started to wind down. And the only thing I could do in a split second thinking was to do a teardrop turn and bring the aircraft back on the opposite runway to be able to land safely. That was just lucky, I can say. But there was no possibility at all of my coming back doing a normal thing. But in this particular case, I feel, and I'm saying it is only my assumption, that there's a possibility that he lost power on both engines. And you can see that he gained height initially, but thereafter he had to resort to gliding the aircraft down and trying to put it down at a safe place. Obviously, he could not find any safe place where he could touch down on the ground safely. If there was a clear ground, there was a possibility, as my colleague is saying, that he would have been able to touch down and maybe able to save many more lives.
Yeah, but 57 meters length, 60 meters the wingspan in a crowded city like Ahmedabad, clearly that wasn't possible. Angad, you remember that report in the New York Times, perhaps, a whistleblower who said that when Boeing was putting the Dreamliner together, there were some shortcuts that were used, there were some issues with it. The FAA that time had claimed there would be an investigation. Is it too soon to draw a parallel there?
It's definitely too soon to be linking this crash with any production issues at Boeing. This plane has been in service for years. So if this was a production issue, if this was something fresh off the production line, it would have manifested itself much earlier. And in the same vein, if I may, I think it behooves us all to be a little circumspect with analysis of very grainy, low quality video, number one, and layperson testimony, even if it is of the sole survivor. Aircraft takeoffs, if you've been in anything from a narrow body Airbus to a wide body Boeing, they are bumpy, noisy affairs. So what might sound like an unusual bang to the layperson might just be, just the rattles and bumps of any takeoff. I think at this point, the information, the most useful information will come from the cockpit voice recorder and from the flight data recorder, the black box.
How long does it take to retrieve and analyze that information is the point we'll come to on in just a moment. But I want our viewers to take a look at reports that are coming in from ground zero. So as the analysts and pilots here have argued that this was an attempt at a pilot-assisted touchdown when there was an issue with the aircraft and within 30 to 40 seconds of takeoff. But then there were these huge buildings. There were these, the hostel of a medical college, the dining hall of a medical college, and the aircraft went and crashed into that. Parts of the Boeing Dreamliner are still lodged in the hostel building. There have been casualties even on ground, and my colleagues on Ground Zero bring you this report.
Air India Flight 171 from Ahmedabad to London crashed into a medical college hostel in Meghani Nagar, just a few meters from the international airport. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner burst into flames as it first hit the junior wing of the hostel and then crashed into the senior student wing. It was lunchtime and most students were taking a break when all hell broke loose. The crash charred the entire building complex.
बताया जा रहा है कि जहां सबसे पहला कांटेक्ट प्लेन क्रैश होने के बाद प्लेन का हुआ है वो यही मैस वाली बिल्डिंग है। इसके जो कांच है वो भी टूटे हुए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं और ऊपर का जो पूरा हिस्सा है वो पूरा टूट चुका है और इसी में लगभग 5 जितने जो स्टूडेंट हैं उनकी डेथ इसी में हुई है। ये जो जानकारी है वो अब तक हासिल हो रही है और खास करके जो भी अभी तक सत्तावार तौर पर डेथ का कोई आंकड़ा जाहिर नहीं किया गया है। एयर इंडिया का जो प्लेन था वो जब क्रैश हुआ तो उसके जो अलग अलग हिस्से हैं अभी भी यहाँ पे अलग बिखरे हुए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं।
The aftermath is shattering. The plane's tail fin hit the hostel roof. Landing gear and tires lodged into one of the rooms. And other plane parts still stuck in the building.
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। जो डॉक्टर्स के फ्लैट थे उनको बहुत डैमेज हुए हैं और उसमें से कितने डॉक्टरों को हमने निकाला है।
आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुबारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है।
The hostel building now looks like a post-apocalyptic scene. Burnt and damaged parts of the Air India flight lie around as a horrific reminder of one of the worst air tragedies in India. With Atul Tiwari, Bureau Report, India Today.
Air Marshal Bhatia, there are reports that say that aircrafts undergo A, B, C and D level maintenance checks. In your appreciation, and since you've been DG Flight Safety and Inspections, how effective are these maintenance schedules in identifying issues like those, incidentally, that have also been alleged by whistleblowers regarding so-called structural flaws in the Boeing 787 Dreamliner?
You know, what you're referring to are the issues that the 787 suffered from in the initial stages of its development. These issues have been sorted out, and like they had this problem with the battery also. But I do not believe, the aircraft has been flying for more than a decade now, and it must have flown millions of hours. So all those issues were taken care of, and that is how this aircraft has been declared fit for operations. So I don't believe that there is any issue there. The problem is that something can happen, like what happened today, immediately after takeoff, when very little which a pilot can do except to take the aircraft to any safe place that he can find where he can bring the aircraft down. In this case, if he has lost both the engines.
And in this case, there was no safe place to bring that aircraft down safely. Group Captain Ranjan, Captain Sabharwal, the commander of the aircraft, the pilot had 8,200 hours of flying experience. You heard, there was one Mayday call. In your appreciation, in such a situation, could anything else have been done, or this was a fait accompli?
A pilot with those many hours, and we have to understand it very well that the pilot till the last moment was composed. That's why he could give an mayday call. In case of a panic situation, if the pilot was not in control of the situation, if he was not over the things as they were happening, he wouldn't have given a mayday call. If he has given a mayday call, it means there is an emergency on board. The pilot is trying to convey, and thereafter the pilot gets busy. And as far as we have been talking that as to how the aircraft was still flying, if there was loss of thrust, there is a residual thrust. And please remember, a Dreamliner with the tons it carries, the weight, the momentum by itself will keep it in a shallow climb, and thereafter it starts its descent towards Mother Earth. So there was not much in the control of the pilot in case it was a loss of thrust. And that loss of thrust has been reported in the mayday call. So it could have been a bird hit, it could have been both engine failures. Both engine failures is a very, very, very unlikely scenario which can happen in this class of an aircraft, which have different fuel lines, different fuel tanks, different fuel pumps feeding both the engines. So loss of thrust
that's the point.
Mechanical or technical reason is.
Yes, that's the point I was coming to, Flight Lieutenant Vadia. There would be multiple levels of redundancies in an aircraft. So what explains loss of thrust and loss of thrust in two engines? We are told that an aircraft can take off even on a single engine, can make a loop and come down and land. Did every level of redundancy fail?
Yes. On one engine, the aircraft can fly absolutely safely and even divert to another airfield for emergency. But let me clarify a few points that have been covered earlier. I have had a case on a jumbo with 4 engines, and it doesn't have to be a large bird. A flock of pigeons, flew past on a takeoff run on a jumbo, and we rejected the takeoff because it was very close to the getting airborne speed, that is V1 speed, and we rejected the takeoff. And afterwards, we found on ground that 3 engines had been totally written off. On a jumbo, 3 engines have been written off just by a flock of pigeons that flew past us. Secondly, with power failure, can be multiple reasons for it. There could be a technical reason also. And don't rule out totally a matter of sabotage also. It's not impossible, but not likely. So let us not jump to any conclusion as to what happened. But what we are asking about flight data recorder and voice recorder, See, normally a voice recorder can be retrieved and heard almost immediately, which is not a problem. But the flight data recorder has to be analyzed. It takes weeks for it. It comes in digital format, etc. And first of all, after getting the data from the DFDR, to interpret it and it takes a very long time. But
Sir,
when
the
that is
aspect that you raised about suspected, it could have been, and you're saying it's, I'm sure it's in the realm of speculation, suspected sabotage. What kind of sabotage in your appreciation?
No, let's not speculate anything. I'm saying any possibility can be there, birds, etc., fuel starvation, technical problems, or sabotage, whatever. So let's not speculate right now. We will get to know the correct reasons. You know what happens after a DFDR is available? They put this on a simulator and let the simulators do what the aircraft would have done on takeoff at this thing. And then you will see exactly what has happened in the simulator, but that will take a long time. Let the specialists go and inquire into all these details. And I'm sure you'll have teams from Boeing also, from the engine manufacturers and FAA all coming, and you will get some solution and you'll get some answers in the soon in the near future. But what is good to appreciate, the very fact that the aircraft was kept straight. And as mentioned earlier, it is possible that the pilot may not have forgotten to raise the undercarriage. He may have purposely kept it down, because if you're doing a crash landing, it is advisable to keep your gear down. So it is possible that he couldn't have forgotten about it. So let's not speculate anything. Let's get more details and go along. I'm sure everyone wants to know what happened overnight, but we'll have to hold our horses till the more details come out.
Oh, absolutely. And analyzing the data, because Air Marshal Bhatia, Boeing 787-8 is described as amongst the safest aircraft. It's flying world over. It has advanced safety features. Now, the automated systems that assist the pilot in handling a critical situation, even if it was engine failure, does the pilot override them? Do these systems then take over and try and prevent an air crash like the one that happened in Ahmedabad today?
No, actually, if you have total power failure on both the engines, there is very little that a pilot can do except to make the best use of what is the terrain ahead. And here I remember Captain Sully, who actually, a similar case where both his engines were lost due to bird heads, and he happened to see a River Hudson and decided split second to make a water landing on that. And in that process, he was able to save the lives of everybody on board. Now, unfortunately, our pilot today perhaps did not have maybe Sabharwal in sight.
Or any river.
And Sabharwal, I'm told, that has got water now. I remember when I was there as CNC, Southwestern Air Command, there was no water in Sabharwal. But today, Sabharwal has water. And if he was close enough to Sabharwal, there was a possibility that he would have actually went for it to make a landing on the water in Sabharwal. But that was not the case. He only had that ground in front. And that too, it was covered with many buildings. And the best he could do was whatever he did. And in this process, there was no place for him to be able to put down the aircraft safely. That is what happened. And it's very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
It indeed is, because the first ever crash involving a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, it's like we were discussing, renowned for its advanced technology, robust safety systems. This Dreamliner's unexpected crash and failure raises multiple questions. Investigators will now rely on the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder to perhaps ascertain what happened. Why did this plane crash within seconds of liftoff?
The air crash in Ahmedabad on Thursday is the first ever crash of a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. The Air India plane en route to London from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport crashed just minutes after takeoff. crash marks the first catastrophic loss of a 787-8 Dreamliner since the model's debut in 2011. Equipped with the latest avionics, fly-by-wire controls and multiple layers of automated safety protocols, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner is globally recognized for its reliability and advanced engineering. The first model in Boeing's Dreamliner series. This is a state-of-the-art long-haul wide-body aircraft designed for efficiency, passenger comfort and reduced environmental impact. Widely used for intercontinental travel, this aircraft features integrated modular avionics, a centralized system that reduces component count, streamlines maintenance and boosts performance. With a seating capacity of 242 to 290 passengers, the aircraft can fly up to a range of 13,530 kilometers non-stop. Made with advanced composites, the aircraft is lighter and more fuel-efficient, making it perfect for long-haul journeys. The cause of the crash remains unknown. The incident had immediate financial repercussions. Boeing shares dropped 8% in the US, pre-market trading following the crash. The critical question now is, what went wrong? The investigators will find vital clues in the flight data recorder or the black box, which is placed at the rear end of the Dreamliner. The black box is designed to survive crashes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Air Marshal Bhatia, there are questions that are already being asked about Boeing's track record. As you saw in that report, their shares are plunging, but what's your take? Of course, the issues that were raised about the Boeing, the 737 MAX, that had several issues. Cases were settled out of court. There was an instance of a plane door opening mid-air. Has safety been given a short trip in Boeing?
Well, there was a report, as far as 737 MAX is concerned, that because of perhaps the requirement of increasing the output, there is a possibility of what you are suggesting. But I will not say that Boeing would have that kind of a culture. And as far as the Dreamliner is concerned, the 787, we all know and we have seen in the past that is one of the safest aircraft ever produced. And it's really state of the art. The possibility of this kind of an accident happening because of some slipshod methods having been adopted by the manufacturers, I will not subscribe to them without any proof. I will not talk about that as such because I don't think that may be true. But what I'm trying to say is that this kind of an emergency can actually happen. And we have to actually, shall I say, we have to construct our airfields in such a manner that we have that kind of a funnel in front of the runways so that we are able to put down the aircraft should there an emergency happen like this. But the pressure of urbanization is so much that all this is forgotten and we are allowed to actually develop the cities in a method that we are doing, which we should not be doing. So we have to keep in mind as to those funnels where we should be able to put on the aircraft if they suffer from this kind of a mishap immediately after takeoff.
But how long should that funnel be? Before I bring in Group Captain Ranjan, just to address this point. So the plane takes off 625 feet. There's loss of power, or there is some issue, or that if it clearly isn't loss of power if it's a pilot-assisted landing effort because the plane's not yawing, it's not pitching, it's just gliding down. So if it's a pilot-assisted landing effort, how much should that funnel be? How long? Air Marshal Bhatia.
Are you talking to me? What I'm saying is that we should be looking at something like, say, 1 to 2 kilometers ahead of the... I am only talking about a small funnel, which we should think in terms of having this. I'm saying this, that it's a wishful thinking because, urbanization pressures are such that it may not actually happen. But this kind of a thing where you lose both engines or all your power as such are very, very rare, very, very rare. And one has to take a calculated risk. So it is left for us to decide whether we want to create that funnel or we want to leave it, because this is 1 in a million case.
It's 1 in a million. Sadly, it's happened today in India, in Gujarat. And sadly, there are reports of many losses of lives. Group Captain Ranjan, you've studied the flight safety record of aviation in India. Air India, of course, has had some crashes in 2010 and one in 2020. Is there something specific in pilot training, operational movements that need to be relooked, something in standard operating procedures, especially if you're looking at a long-haul international flight with so much fuel, so many passengers, this kind of temperature when the takeoff is happening, and then there's a loss of thrust or power?
To start with, see, whether an aircraft has got 1 passenger or it has got 400 passengers, the pilot training has to be of the same standards, because 1 life, 400 lives, 500 lives, all lives are equally important. Whether it be a VVIP flight or flying just any ordinary citizen of this country or any other country, the flight safety procedures have to be absolutely perfect. It is something which is very common in the pilots community. That is, takeoff is optional and landing is mandatory. That going to say that a takeoff can be abandoned for lack of anything. It can be aborted. But once in the air, landing is mandatory. You don't arrive, you land. So the procedure-wise things are in place. The pilot training wise, everything is in place. It is just that 1 in a million, like Air Marshal Bhatia put it very aptly. It's 1 in a million case, and for that we cannot start making runways. But yes, in case of a new runway, we can always plan ecological
that
park
there should be a funnel
before, and yes, it can be easily planned that there should be ecological park where it's just a green belt. It's a park. It can be used by the public at any given time. But then there are no buildings coming up there. So that would be a very, very useful thing in case of something of this
though
nature
there are
ever
reports in
happens.
cases of ecological parks, it brings in more birds, more bird activity, and then more losses, more threat to the aircraft.
More birds. Yes.
And because we've grappled with this when there were as both you and Air Marshal Bhatia would remember, when Indian Air Force fighter jets, a lot of them were seeing these bird hit issues due to ecological parks or forests close to airfields, and especially when military airfields are out of the city. I also want to show our viewers the last video that's emerged of former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani just as he boarded that aircraft. And there you see, so there are these passengers who were taking videos and they were sending those videos to their families. Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, very senior BJP leader, he was seen entering the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport before the crash. In fact, there's also a video of him entering the aircraft, and I also want to bring in my colleague Brijesh Doshi for more on this. I believe there are several passengers who shared some of these videos online on their social media platforms about just before the takeoff, saying bye to families, and these are really some things that may help investigators piece together what happened. Brijesh.
Definitely, Gaurav, see the devastating and the horrific plane crash accident happened in Ahmedabad after long 35 years. The former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was there. He was going to meet her daughter in London. He was alone in the flight without his family, without his wife. He was the he was the alone passenger from the family who was going to London. But after the plane took off, in a few moments, plane was burnt into the ashes and they crashed on the BJ Medical Hostel. So this was the horrific incident where Gujarat has lost his Gujarat's ex-chief minister, who was the chief minister during the regime of 2016 to 2021. The first CM who has served more than 5 years other than Narendra Modi. In Gujarat in the last 30 years. So,
Brijesh, keep tracking that story, and especially as more information filters out about students at that medical college, we'll track that story closely. But I want to leave you with the story of that miracle. 242 on board, 230 passengers, 10 aircrew, 2 pilots in all, but that one man who walked out of the plane with very, very minor injuries. He was on board this aircraft and even he doesn't know how he managed to survive. His sibling, sadly, he has no information about his brother who was also on board that aircraft. He was returning to the United Kingdom with his brother. He says, my brother is still missing. I leave you with that image of one survivor. But there are many lessons that will be drawn from this air crash. The flight data recorder, the cockpit voice recorder, they will be analyzed. Huge Dreamliner, the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner aircraft. It took off from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad, bound for Gatwick in London. But within a minute of takeoff, and watch those images on your television screen, there you see the liftoff, but within seconds, there is an issue, there is a problem. The pilot says, Mayday, 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 and then the aircraft starts sinking, and there's a huge orange ball of fire and smoke. Because this aircraft was scheduled to fly 9 hours. It was full of fuel. 242 on board, 1 survivor. Air India Flight 171 took off from the Ahmedabad airport at 1:38. You can look at the timestamp on your screen, 1:38. Headed to Gatwick Airport, London. Within seconds, the pilot set out a mayday. The video on your screen shows the 787-8 Dreamliner struggle to gain height, and within 59 seconds, it plunges, it sinks to the ground, blowing up in a huge fireball. And there are many, many, many unanswered questions. What caused this catastrophic crash, which led to loss of so many lives? That's our top focus story on this broadcast. That's the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. From takeoff to crash in under 59 seconds. Former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was also on board. The BJP just moments ago has announced he too sadly passed away. But there was a miracle survivor. The miracle survivor recounts that plane crash horror, and you will listen to him on this broadcast. Incidentally, he was just on that seat, one seat ahead of Vijay Rupani. Vishwas Kumar, that's the survivor. Even he doesn't know how he survived. Everybody else perished in that aircraft that went up in that huge orange ball of fire. He says he managed to come out of the plane. He said, go look inside. Other passengers may be inside. We are told he had siblings who were traveling with him, but within minutes, there was this huge ball of fire. We are told there have been no other survivors. And then people rushed him to hospital. He is in ICU. The worst aviation disaster is our top focus story. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Air India's London-bound flight from Ahmedabad crashes seconds after takeoff. All passengers except one feared dead. 204 deaths have now been confirmed. 52 are British nationals, 7 Portuguese nationals among the passengers. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reaches the crash site. One miracle survivor in the plane crash. 38-year-old Ramesh walks out with a few injuries. The survivor was seated on seat 11A. That horrifying moment of crash captured on camera. The massive aircraft 787 Dreamliner seen sinking less than a moment after takeoff. An orange ball of fire seen hitting the doctor's hostel near the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani is no more. Rupani was on board the Air India flight. The former Chief Minister was on seat 2D. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was briefed about the situation. He's expressed his condolences. He spoke to Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, who too is now on site. It was a crash that was caught on camera, and this is the first crash of the Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner. Now, this is a long-endurance aircraft. Watch those images as it lifts off. That's been caught on the CCTV camera. There, you watch the lift-off, barely flies for about 38 seconds, lifts off, attains an altitude of 625 feet, and then it starts yawing to a side, and then it starts sinking gradually. All efforts are being made, perhaps by the pilots, to revive the aircraft, to gain altitude, because that's the only thing. But then, laden with fuel, 242 passengers and crew on board, it sinks and crashes to the ground in a huge orange ball of fire and smoke. It crashed onto the hostel and mess building of a medical college. This is extremely, extremely unfortunate. This air crash of the Boeing 787. The first flight, incidentally, of a Boeing 787 Dreamliner was in 2009. It's been flying across the world with multiple airlines, considered amongst the safest. However, there have been whistleblowers in the United States of America who've raised questions about this aircraft even in the past. The FAA, or the Federal Aviation Authority in the United States of America, had initially begun an investigation a couple of years earlier when a whistleblower raised some issues about the safety of the aircraft. But then it's been flying, and it's been flying almost by some of the best airlines across the world, including American Airlines, Japan Airlines, Air India. They fly the 787-8 Dreamliner. 242 passengers were on board this aircraft when it crashed. Very, very unfortunate. Was it a loss of thrust? Why was the landing gear still down? There are some pilots who've said the landing gear, moments after takeoff, the landing gear goes up immediately, but in this case, it didn't. Was that an issue? Is it true that the plane is actually yawing?
Good evening. Hello and welcome. It's a day which is dark. A darkness that has hit the skies and also the ground. Our worst civil aviation tragedy. A tragedy of the likes which has not been seen in Indian skies for over 3 decades. Air India's Flight 171 crashing at a residential area near Ahmedabad Airport shortly after takeoff. More than 240 people were on board. There's only one survivor as of now. It's a day when we grieve, when we pray, when we tell you the news, without the noise, sense without sensation. That's all we can promise in the next couple of hours, as we'll bring you all the updates on this big story, this tragic accident. Let's bring you the headlines. Air India's Flight 171 carrying 242 passengers to London Gatwick crashes less than a minute after taking off. The aircraft reached an altitude of 625 feet before descending at a speed of 475 feet per minute. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner jet, which departed from Ahmedabad runway number 23 at around 1:28 p.m., had 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, 7 Portuguese nationals on board. Over 200 people are feared dead in this tragedy. Former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, who was on board the London-bound Air India flight, has also died in the crash. The pilot had given a mayday call to ATC but gave no further communication when responded to. The flight was under Captain Sumeet Sabharwal's command, who had 8,200 hours of flying experience under his belt. Over 200 are dead, and there is only one miracle survivor who cheated death. 38-year-old Ramesh walks out unscathed with just minor injuries. The survivor was seated on seat 11A. It's a true miracle. The stricken aircraft ends up crashing into the hostel of the BJ Medical College, located just outside the perimeter of the Ahmedabad airport. Several students are injured, many feared dead on the ground in this tragedy. A rarest of rare flight crash where both engines apparently malfunctioned. This is a first for the Boeing Dreamliner series. Boeing has touted the 787 as its best-selling passenger plane, but focus now on Boeing itself. Home Minister Amit Shah, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu have visited the crash site, taken stock of the situation. Flight operations at Ahmedabad Airport have resumed late this evening. It was temporarily shut down after the terrible tragedy. Boeing issues a statement saying it is in contact with Air India, ready to support Air India in its investigation. Tata announces a 1 crore compensation to all the families of victims. Air India expresses its distress. But amidst this dark, dire, grey day in Indian civil aviation history, one miracle survivor in the Ahmedabad crash. That's right, 242 people on board. One person, 38-year-old Ramesh, is as of now the only survivor in the crash. The lone survivor has walked out unscathed. He claims and told India Today that he heard a loud noise 30 seconds after takeoff. The survivor says there were bodies all around me, but he somehow miraculously managed to jump off the emergency exit. His brother was on the flight. His brother has not been found, but one survivor, Vishwakarma Ramesh, is that one survivor who's been found on this flight. Okay, let's just listen in to what he said. Those are the images of him in hospital, that one miracle survivor in the Ahmedabad crash. Okay, let's go straight across first to Ahmedabad, where I'm joined by my colleague Preeti Chaudhary. She's at the crash site, and Atul Tiwari, who's at the civil hospital there. Preeti, we are getting this news of this miracle survivor, but this on a day when more than 200 people have died. So the bigger story, of course, is that this is the worst of its kind in recent times in Indian civil aviation history. What are you hearing, particularly about survivors? We are told there's been just one survivor as of now, and we've also been told that many people on the ground are feared dead, especially the young doctors.
Rajdeep, what we know till now is that 204 are feared dead. And that's the count that I have gotten, and we're giving a conservative estimate right now. The rest, there were 242 on board. There were many of these resident doctors at this hostel, some of them still studying. I want to just give you a sense, Rajdeep. Ours was my camera person and my Sanjay and my flight was the first one to land at the Ahmedabad airport. There was a desk there, a help desk, which was set up. There's a sense of disbelief at the Ahmedabad airport right now, and flight operations were stalled, and like I said, ours was the first flight to land. Help desk set up. There was completely a pall of gloom, and I think most people are still stunned. They can't quite believe it. It's taken us a bit of a walk to come here because this, Rajdeep, and I will through the course of this evening try and show you and our viewers if catastrophe had a picture, it would be this. As I have walked in over the last 1 kilometer, all I have seen, and I will show you, in time, there are fires which are still being put out, and this is the tail end of the aircraft, of what you can see on the crash landing of AI 171 London bound. I want to immediately try and get, our viewers a sense in terms of what really happened. I have a nurse because this was a hostel for medical students. I have a staff nurse who works at the, at the Ashram quarters. She lives at the Ashram quarters, which is right next to this particular hostel. And ma'am, सबसे पहले अपना नाम बताएं.
मेरा नाम है आरती साधु. मैं यहाँ सिविल हॉस्पिटल में काम करती हूँ. आई डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ. मैं नाइट करके आई और सब रेस्ट कर रही थी दोपहर.
कहाँ पे है आपका घर?
हमारा यहाँ पीछे के साइड है. आश्रय मिथिला क्वार्टर से हमारा बिल्कुल सामने है. जो आश्रय मिथिला क्वार्टर्स है ना, यहाँ ये पीछे का रास्ता है, वो पहले आता है. हाँ, तो हम सो रहे तो एक धड़ाका हुआ तो हमने देखा तो बाहर निकले तो सब धुआं और आग फैली हुई थी चारों तरफ. सब आग कुछ दिखता ही नहीं था, बस धुआं ही धुआं दिखता था.
आपके सामने?
हाँ, बिल्कुल सामने. हमें देखने आए थे, फिर बाद में एम्बुलेंस, फायर ब्रिगेड सब आई थी और सब काम चाहिए. यहाँ तो आना ही मुमकिन नहीं था, इतनी तेज धुआं और आग थी.
बाहर निकले आपने?
हाँ, देखा. फिर हम तो डर गए थे क्योंकि हमने तो पहली बार देखा कि इतना जोर से जो धड़ाका हुआ ना, तो हमको पहले तो ऐसा लगा कि बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हुआ, ऐसा लगा. लेकिन बाहर निकले तो पता चला कि प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है. बाद में हम देखने आए तो हमने दिखा कि ये प्लेन का वो सब तो हमने दोपहर को नहीं दिखा था, क्योंकि दोपहर को तो यहाँ आना ही मना था. यहाँ तो सब आग ही आग थी. दोपहर को तो यहाँ आना मना ही था. अभी आए तो सब दिखेगा, बाकी तो नहीं. दोपहर तो सब आग थी.
रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन यहाँ पर हो रहा था, वो देखा था?
हाँ, देखा. सब 108 वाले, फायर ब्रिगेड्स वाले, पुलिस वाले, सब मिलिट्री वाले सब आए थे. या वो खुद काम करते हैं ना, वो सब
जो पैसेंजर्स यहाँ पर थे
वो तो हम सब ने कुछ दिखता ही नहीं था. वो धुआं ही था. आग और धुआं, सिर्फ आग और धुआं था. कुछ दिखता नहीं था.
कुछ नहीं दिखता
था.
आप अभी आए हैं देखने?
नहीं, दोपहर को हम आए थे ना, जब हुआ ना तब हम वहाँ आए थे. लेकिन यहाँ आ ही नहीं सकते थे, धुआं इतना था, कुछ दिखता ही नहीं था.
Rajdeep, I just want to tell you, so certain eyewitness accounts there that are coming in. I also want to tell you that investigative agencies are already there. What is crucial right now, of course, there is the emotional side of all of it, and that's all too overbearing, especially at the civil hospital where bodies have been taken. But there's also a tactical side to it and what exactly happened. And this is the tail end of the aircraft, and this is where right now, we were speaking to some of the investigative, agencies that are here. This is where the black box is, because it's at the tail end assembly of the aircraft and one at the front end. And that possibly, Rajdeep, will hold, the answer to what really went down, that two engines of this Dreamliner simultaneously completely went out, and the plane lost power and thrust as it was trying to take off. I want to, give you a sense also. I'll ask Sanjay to show you. I have to say, Rajdeep, if there is a standard operating procedure after a tragedy, I have to say, I know we are 7 hours in, but even now, it took us absolutely no time to reach the crash site because there is a green corridor right from the airport that has been made. I was walking out of the airport. I didn't have the time, but I did speak at the help desk. No one from, the families have actually come in yet because everyone is rushed either to the civil hospital or they have, come right here. And I'll give you a sense, about over 1,000 rescue personnel on ground. They are from the CISF, the Rapid Action Force, the RPF, the Coast Guard, and a lot of people from around. Kahan se hain, sahaba? All right. So I just want to show you ambulances still there, fire engines still there. कब से हैं सर आप यहाँ पर?
1:30 बजे से.
1:30 बजे से. क्या देखा सर? अपना नाम बताएंगे.
MJ सोलन के फायर ऑफिसर.
हाँ जी.
देखा तो नहीं, मैं बाहर वार्डो में था विजिट में, वहाँ से कॉल आया कि प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है, तो हम इधर आए.
तब से यहाँ पर हैं. So that's the.
बॉडी निकाली.
हाँ जी.
बॉडी बहुत निकाली.
बॉडी बहुत निकाली. बहुत. Understandably, the bodies have been charred completely, Rajdeep, and I'll show you because, like I said, yes, there has been, in terms of a green corridor to the crash site, we can, we've come through that. It took me flat 10 minutes to come from the airport, Rajdeep. That is how good the local policing is here. But yes, of course, they've cordoned off the last 1.5 kilometers, and for reason enough, because I'm walking in and I'll actually show you there are fires still burning in various parts where the debris of the aircraft has fallen. One thing, when I was talking to one of the officers here, who was part of the investigative team, and off record, he said it would not be as difficult to actually pull out the black box, which one would be at the front end. Can you see that? Sanjay's trying to show you, Rajdeep. A fire still burning where, this hostel is concerned. There have been many injured. Some of them, unfortunately, there are fatalities at the hostel as well. I'm not going to give out a figure there. We're going to try and get in the exact names and give you the figures. But yes, there have been fatalities. So a fire still burning there. The fire brigade still trying to put it off. Trees completely on fire still. Smoke still bellowing. This is, a disaster zone. It's catastrophic. Whatever way you might want to call it. Sir, will you speak with us? No? All right. Lots of government officials as well.
I'll get back to you, Preeti.
The SDRF team, you can see right here, Rajdeep. This tree has been completely uprooted. But I'll tell you what, I'll throw it back to the studio, Rajdeep. And, that's it. There's a plane going overhead. And what's the irony of all of this? But I just want to quickly tell you what we heard from the investigative, the person that I spoke to. And he said because the impact was somewhat curtailed. Usually when a plane a Dreamliner-like plane crashes, the debris is spread out, so it can take days to actually find the black box. Here, at least the tail end assembly is intact, and they're hoping to get to that black box first. And then, of course, the one in the front is a bigger challenge because that's the debris that's spread out. Look at this, Rajdeep. This is what it looks like. It's over a course of about 600 meters. This building right there, completely charred. There's smoke still bellowing from one of the floors. I'll ask Sanjay to actually, zero in there. And this is what it looks like for about 300 meters, Rajdeep. The smell of fuel, and that is nauseating. About 90 to 100 tons of air turbine fuel, Rajdeep. It was a fully loaded aircraft as it was taking over. And as I throw it back to the studio, I'm going to move to the civil hospital. But two things, the smell of fuel and the smell of burning flesh. It's quite evident. Back to the studio, Rajdeep. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay, thanks very much, Preeti Chaudhary. There on the ground, you can see the smoke is still billowing. There are fires still burning. That tells you the nature of the impact. Atul Tiwari is also at the civil hospital. Atul, क्या जानकारी है खासकर की मृतकों की? पुलिस कमिश्नर ने हमको कहा था 204 लोगों की पुष्टि की थी. 204 people are confirmed dead. कई लोगों की जान गई है जमीन पर, उसमें डॉक्टर्स हैं. क्या बता सकते हैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल के से जानकारी हमें दीजिए.
देखिए, आधिकारिक किसी भी प्रकार का आंकड़ा सिविल हॉस्पिटल की तरफ से अभी तक नहीं दिया गया है, लेकिन जो इंजर्ड हैं उसकी 2 लिस्ट जारी की गई है। पहली लिस्ट में 25, दूसरी लिस्ट में 16 लोगों के नाम थे और इसी जो दूसरी लिस्ट जो जारी की गई 16 लोगों के नाम थे, उसी में से एक विश्वास का चौथे नंबर पे नाम शामिल था, जो कि खुदकिस्मत रहे, खुद ही प्लेन से बाहर निकले और जब प्लेन क्रैश हुआ तो जो वीडियो भी उनका वायरल हुआ है, जो सामने आया है, उसमें स्पष्ट तौर पर कहते हुए सुनाई पड़ते हैं कि जब प्लेन क्रैश हुआ तो मैं खुद ही उसमें से कूदकर बाहर आया हूं और स्थानीय लोगों ने उन्हें अस्पताल में पहुंचाया है। फिलहाल मैं तस्वीरों में आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा अहमदाबाद का सिविल अस्पताल का ये ट्रॉमा सेंटर है, जहाँ पे जब 1:48 को अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट से जो एयर इंडिया का प्लेन जो कि जिसने उड़ान भरी थी वो 1:40 को क्रैश होता है और जो क्रैश होने की जो जगह थी वो थी मेघानी नगर में जो बीजे मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल और खास करके सिविल अस्पताल के अंदर जो नर्सिंग के स्टाफ के कर्मचारी जो रहते हैं, जो बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज में पढ़ाई करने वाले एमबीबीएस के जो विद्यार्थी रहते हैं, वो उन लोगों के रहने की वो सारी जगह थी और उसी में से उनके लिए जो मैस बनाई गई है, उसी मैस में जब कुछ नर्सिंग के स्टाफ और जो स्टूडेंट्स थे वो दोपहर का जब भोजन ले रहे थे, उसी वक्त 1:40 को जो प्लेन है वो क्रैश हुआ और जो टेल जहाँ पे जाकर अभी फ़िलहाल फंसी हुई है, वो टेल वाला हिस्सा ही वो मैस है जहाँ पे सबसे पहला इम्पैक्ट जो प्लेन का हुआ था, जहाँ प्लेन क्रैश होने के बाद सबसे पहले टकराया था। उसी में कुछ लोग दोपहर के समय भोजन ले रहे थे और प्लेन क्रैश होने की वजह से कई लोग जो कि भोजन ले रहे थे उनकी मौत हुई और लगभग शाम को 5-6 बजे तक वहाँ से डेड बॉडी जो है वो निकाली जा रही थी और जो भी डेड बॉडी अभी तक बरामद की गई है, जो भी घायलों की संख्या 41 अभी तक आधिकारिक तौर पर सिविल अस्पताल की तरफ से बताई गई है, वो अहमदाबाद के इसी सिविल अस्पताल जो कि एशिया का सबसे बड़ा अस्पताल है, वहीं पे लाई गई है और ये वही ट्रॉमा सेंटर है। और इसी ट्रॉमा सेंटर की बात करें तो यहाँ पे जगह कम पड़ गई, उसके बाद जो पुराना ट्रॉमा सेंटर है उसे खोलना पड़ा है और जो भी डेड बॉडी है उसे पीएम रूम में रखा गया है और सबके डीएनए टेस्ट करने के बाद बाकायदा स्वास्थ्य विभाग ने कहा है कि डीएनए सैंपलिंग होगा, उसके बाद ही डेड बॉडी सभी को दी जाएगी।
Atul Tiwari joining me there from the civil hospital. No official confirmation yet, importantly, of the total number of casualties. The hospital authorities, the police authorities being very, very careful. But clearly, as you can see, the magnitude of the damage is such that it is almost impossible to expect too many survivors. We've seen that one miracle survivor. And I want to play his visual again because that miracle survivor is one of the stories of this AI 171 flight crash. Think about it, 243 people on board. As of now, just one survivor emerges out unscathed. And that, to my mind, is quite a story which will tell you that there is still hope, even in times of despair. He's spoken to India today, told us that the pieces of plane were around me. 30 seconds, he was too scared, stood up and just ran. And somehow, through the emergency exit, someone put him in an ambulance and he seems to have emerged relatively unscathed. I want to bring you at this moment the other breaking part of the story, which is the actual crash. The second video now has come of the Ahmedabad Air India flight crash, and take a look at it very carefully because this video will show that the crash actually takes place not even 5 minutes but less than 30 seconds after takeoff. This is the video of the flight takeoff from the airport runway. The flight trying to take off when it simply loses all power and slowly nosedives. The pilot is trying to land the flight, it appears, but just doesn't have enough time. It crashes and there's a snowball of fire. As you can see, it just explodes there in front of you on your TV screen. So I'm going to play that again because I think it's important to recognize that the pilot simply had no time. Within seconds, less than a minute of takeoff, the flight tries to get airborne, loses speed, loses any attempt being made to take it up. It just doesn't get airborne. The wheels are still on, which suggests that the pilot was trying to land the flight. He's not able to, the engine seems to have completely failed him. No power, no thrust. He tries to land. Instead, is engulfed in a ball of fire. That's the image that will scare and shock many people who fly every day. This is something which is completely out of the ordinary. 1 in a million. And that's exactly what happened to AI Flight 171. I'm joined at this moment with those visuals playing on your screen by Mirza Faizan. He's an aerospace scientist and inventor of the ground reality information processing system. He's based in the United States. I'll be joined by other guests also. Sanat Kaul is Chairman, International Foundation for Aviation, Aerospace and Development. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, former Director General, Inspection and Safety at IAF. Captain A.D. Manik, he's a former pilot and founder of the Skyline Aviation Club. Air Commodore B.S. Sivach will join me, DG Aviation Safety in India. Sanjay Lazar will join me at some stage, aviation expert. David Birch, Associate Professor, Aerospace Engineering, University of Surrey will be with us. But my first guest that I want to go to is someone who's tracked the Boeing very carefully and looked at it. Mirza Faizan, can you explain to us what the visuals in front of our screen tell us about this horrific plane crash?
Sure, Rajdeep. Thank you so much for having me. So what I can see with this visual is that the problem is definitely with the propulsion system, because this is a controlled flight. There's no issue with the control systems, the control surfaces of the aircraft, although at the end of it, that looks like the pilot is trying to maneuver it so that they do not land on or they do not crash on a building and stuff like that. But this looks like a complete failure of both the engines from providing the enough thrust for the aircraft to take off. And this loss of thrust or the engine failure could happen due to multiple reasons, right? One reason could be, bird strike. Other reason, which does not look from this footage, by the way. Second could be foreign object and debris getting sucked into the engine. There has been a plane, Concorde, very famous Concorde crashed when the foreign object and debris got stuck in the plane. But that too is a very remote possibility.
But doesn't...
Go ahead.
But doesn't the Dreamliner have enough backups, Faizan?
No, every aircraft has backups. In fact, the aircrafts are designed on fail-safe philosophy. That's the design philosophy of an aircraft. It's called fail-safe philosophy. Even if anything fails, the aircraft is still safe. But what looks in this situation is something might have happened, and this could be issue with the fuel system. This could be also, impurities in the fuel which might have led to.
Okay, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop you for a moment because we can speculate at this level. We don't know enough beyond the fact that this is very scary and doesn't happen often. David Birch, Associate Professor, Aerospace Engineering at the University of Surrey, joins us. David Birch, when you see those visuals, what's the first thing that strikes out?
Well, as has already been pointed out, it looks as though it is a problem with thrust or airspeed. The airplane is just not going fast enough. As you pointed out, it's impossible at this stage to speculate about what's gone wrong, and that's, it's a bit disingenuous. The important thing to stress is that this is a tragedy. It is an appalling loss of life. But aircraft are inherently quite safe, and that incidences like these are very, very rare. This is, in fact, I believe, the first incidence of this scope that's happened with that particular aircraft.
Mm-hmm. But David, in a sense, therefore, you're saying best not to speculate because we just don't know what happened to that aircraft. Air Commodore B.S. Sivach, your DG Aviation Safety India, you've been DG Aviation. Your first response when you see those visuals?
Thank you, Rajdeep. Very catastrophic accident with terrible loss of lives. On behalf of Aviation Safety India, I'd like to convey our heartfelt condolences. And we pray to God for the speedy recovery of those who are injured. Now, in this particular accident, the aircraft was Dreamliner 787, Boeing 787 Dreamliner. This is one of the safest aircraft in the world more sophisticated, most modern. The aircraft had come from Delhi to Ahmedabad. It was fully serviceable. It loaded passengers, and thereafter it took off. Till the time it took off, the aircraft was fully serviceable. The pilots in control of the aircraft were highly qualified, very accomplished professionals. And unfortunate thing which happened is that about 400 odd feet, the aircraft suffered loss of power. You see, if loss of power was only one engine, then this aircraft is capable of continue to climb without any problem and can come back and land safely. So it appears that both the engines were affected. There was loss of power. At this point
But,
of time,
but there is no, from what you're saying, there is no explicable reason at the moment. What you're saying, it's completely inexplicable as to what happened, and we do not wish to speculate as well. Captain A.D. Manik, you're a former pilot and founder of the Skyline Aviation Club. Your reactions when you saw those horrific visuals play out?
Yes, sir. I'm recalling the incident that happened on 16th October 1988, Indian Airlines flight. Took off from Mumbai and landing at Ahmedabad. And what happened was, the aircraft crashed and we lost 133 souls.
But that was Captain Manik. Captain Manik, October 1988 was when the plane was landing.
Yes. Yes, the same incident happened at same airport. I'm reconciliation, with the two incident, and there was only two survivals. Now, what happened today, is another story which is correlating with that same story, and I'm really depressed with this situation. I've been observing aviation since last 40 years. So what I feel, as there is no speculation, but it is a situation which happened in our country is very bad for us, all of us. And what happened will be, shortly coming through DFDR, that is Digital Flight Data Recorder, and CVR, Cockpit Voice Recorder, which will reveal the whole fact. But whatever happened,
I'm going to stop all of you because at this moment, of course, whatever we do is in the realm of speculation. It will require the black box. It will require a proper investigation, which will take weeks, if not months. Sanat Kaul, Chairman, International Foundation for Aviation Aerospace, your first reaction?
Well, it's a very tragic incident. And it's very difficult to speculate what went wrong. It took off. It went up and then it came down. I am not a pilot. I am not a technical person. Therefore, I would say that we should not unnecessarily speculate what went wrong. And therefore, it's necessary to be calm about it and see what went wrong by the inquiry committee which has been put together.
I take your point, but you see, that's where we are at the moment. All we can do at the moment is report what we've seen. Those visuals are all that we have. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, you're a former director, safety at IAF. I mean, is this a kind of, the closest many are giving a parallel to was 2004 when there was a double engine failure and an aircraft crashed into the Hudson. Is this something which is completely out of the blue, once in a million kind of incident that really doesn't reflect on air safety in general?
See, the visuals that I'm seeing while you're speaking, and as per the ADSV, the data which was collated and being shown on the other channels, the aircraft has gained a height of 425 feet at the edge of the runway after getting airborne. And they have calculated that it is descending at the rate of 475 feet per minute. So it means the pilots just had about 50 seconds from the highest point after takeoff to impact. In this 50 seconds, if you can think what could have happened in the cockpit, he has given a mayday call to inform the ATC that there is something very serious. Now, in Air Force, we do have a lot of issues where we have to give mayday call on a single engine jet aircraft. But for a commercial airline of this size, one of the biggest aeroplanes which is flying commercially, to give a mayday call after takeoff indicates that something very serious has happened in the cockpit, which the pilot is now informing the air traffic control that this is a grave emergency, an emergency with which the safety of the aircraft and passengers is at stake. So this is the meaning of mayday call. So now he's given a mayday call and the ATCs asked him again. Now this period after that, there has been no response. These few seconds after that would have gone in reviving the thrust. And as all of the co-panelists and other speakers have shown, it's a very modern aircraft. It is fly-by-wire. It has got auto throttles. It has got state-of-the-art technologies. And it has got all the sensors and warnings. And the crew is very experienced. The weather is good. It is not raining. It has absolutely no clouds. The chances of disorientation and other factors are also, minimal. So it is, very unique thing, in my opinion, that what has happened to the most powerful two engines which any aeroplane which is flying today has happened. So that in no time, and the attitude of the air.
Can I just for a moment piece together, what happened through our OSINT unit that actually looks at visual satellite imagery. Ankit Kumar brings you what I think is a very important timeline to this Ahmedabad plane crash. Just see how Ankit has pieced it together. Take a look.
Automatic dependent broadcast surveillance. It's a system that is placed in every passenger aircraft which broadcasts signals letting ATC and other aircrafts know where exactly the aircraft position is, what is the speed, what is the altitude. India today is now using the same ADSB data to analyze the final moments of Ahmedabad-London Air India flight. Using ADSB data, we can confirm that the same aircraft, the same Boeing 787 aircraft, flew from New Delhi to Ahmedabad as Air India 423. It departed around 9:50 a.m. from New Delhi and landed at Ahmedabad at 11:20 a.m. In the next picture, using the same ADSB data, we can confirm that the aircraft utilized entire 11,500 strip of the runway. ADSB data places the aircraft at the runway at 1:30 p.m. At around 1:38 p.m., the aircraft broadcasted its last ADSB data. Now, the most important picture is this. At around 1:38 p.m., when the aircraft was at 425 feet above the ground, 425 feet above the ground, it lost complete control. It started descending at a speed of 475 feet per meter. Now, that should give you some idea why the crew or the pilot had no chance to control the aircraft. And that is why the aircraft ended up hitting this side, the BJ Medical College Hostel, which is right in front of this runway, roughly 1.64 kilometers away from the airstrip. So based on publicly available ADSB data, we can confirm that the crew member, the pilots, had little to no time to control or steer this aircraft away from this crash site.
Meanwhile, of course, remember, amidst all the details we're getting you, do not forget the miracle survivor. I mean, this is quite a story. It was just mentioned there was an air crash in Ahmedabad when the plane from Mumbai, an Indian Airlines flight, was coming in 1988 October. And then out of the 135 passengers, 2 survived. Today, as of now, we know of 1 survivor. And this is clearly a miracle survivor. Almost impossible to believe that someone would have survived a crash of this nature. But the emergency exit, according to some reports, may have saved him. That's not clear yet. He claims that he was scared. He stood up and ran. Now, how he managed to emerge out of that flaming plane will remain one of the stories of our times, with all the other passengers seemingly either dead or suffering grievous injuries. Mirza Faizan, there are stories and stories then. This is one of the miracle stories of this Ahmedabad plane crash.
Yes, definitely. I mean, whenever there are plane crashes, sometimes we get miracles like this. I remember one plane crash. It was not a crash, but when in the mid-flight, in the cruise phase, the body of the the skin of the aircraft was taken off, and an air hostess was sucked out, and she fell 36,000 feet to survive. So yeah, I mean, sometime when your time is not here, you'll be survived.
And let me give details of him. Survivor seated on 11A, Vishwakumar Ramesh. He was had gone with his brother to Diu. They were on a British passport. He is the lone survivor as of now of flight 171. He is at the moment recovering in the civil hospital. There's of course the condition on the ground, and that is of course very worrying because there were medical students at the medical college there who were having lunch when this happened. We are getting some visuals of that as well. Remember, this is where the plane crashed. Now, could the pilot have in any way avoided it? Very, very difficult given the kind of condition. David Birch, this is a double tragedy in a way. You've got the tragedy in the air with what happens, and then the pilot with very little control and very little time to control the plane crashes into a medical hostel. So it is, in that sense, a tragedy which will also put some question on Boeing itself. Do you believe those questions, as a professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Surrey, will have to be asked of Boeing itself?
As I said, I think it is quite dangerous to speculate at this time. The events leading to this tragedy are as yet unknown. Whether or not it was linked to the aircraft itself is as yet unknown. As we've seen and heard, this is known to be a very safe aircraft with an excellent record. So that there's no evidence pointing in that direction yet.
I just want to, on that context, since air safety will be raised, I spoke earlier to the Civil Aviation Minister, former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel, who was Civil Aviation Minister for a decade, and I asked him precisely that question. Does this crash and the nature of it cast any shadow over air safety standards in our country? Listen into what he had to say. Mr. Patel, your first thoughts and reactions to this terrible tragedy, sir?
Well, it's a very tragic incident, and my condolences. And actually, I'm very sad and distressed because India's aviation sector, by and large, has a very good track record. In India, we follow very good safety protocols. Let me be honest, nobody should doubt India's aviation safety or ability. And this aircraft, a 787, is one of the most technologically advanced aircraft, a robust aircraft used by most airlines of the world, major airlines. Thousands of them are flying every day. And to have the first crash of a 787 in India is something very disturbing.
It is tragic. It is disturbing. You say that India has a very good track record. So does the 787, not so much the 737, but the 787 has a very good safety record so far. There have been questions, though, Mr. Patel, over Boeing in the past. Do you believe there's all kind of speculation? How would you approach now the inquiry? In the past, there's a sense that some of these inquiries have not yet given us clarity that is desperately needed by the civil aviation sector.
Well, let me be honest that an inquiry can reveal quite a lot. It's not that it can't reveal. And in India, we now have the Accident Investigation Bureau, which is independent of the DGC or of the ministry. And it's a completely separate institution. And that gives you a very fair assessment of what could have gone wrong and the reasons of the crash. But for that, we'll have to wait for the black box and other equipment which is on board.
One of the key initiatives of Open Skies, our skies are very safe. Because remember, Mr. Patel, just a couple of weeks ago, an Indigo flight on its way from Delhi to Srinagar, the nose blew off. Now, there were question marks over there. There have been always stories every now and then of near misses. There's even talk in this instance, complete unproven, of a bird hit. But you're saying broadly, you believe, even by global standards, Indian skies are very safe. What has happened is completely mysterious, therefore, and unexplained.
इसके अंदर हताहत होने की संभावनाएं हैं। इस घटना से पूरा देश क्षुब्ध है और पूरा देश एक साथ पूर्ण संवेदनाओं के साथ ये जो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हादसे में पैसेंजर हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के साथ खड़ा है। सबसे पहले मैं भारत सरकार, गुजरात सरकार, भारत सरकार के प्रधानमंत्री जी और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से भी जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। 10 ही मिनटों में हादसे के भारत सरकार के पास सूचना पहुंची। तुरंत ही मैंने मुख्यमंत्री जी, यहाँ के गृह मंत्री, होम डिपार्टमेंट के कंट्रोल रूम, सिविल एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट, सिविल एविएशन मंत्री, सभी से संपर्क किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी तुरंत ही फोन आ गया और भारत सरकार और गुजरात सरकार के सभी डिपार्टमेंट एक साथ होकर राहत और बचाव कार्य में लगे। इस विमान में कुल मिलाकर 230 यात्री देश के और विदेश के और 12 क्रू मेंबर सवार थे। इसमें से एक यात्री का बचने का अच्छा समाचार मिला है, मैं उनको मिलकर आया हूं। मृत्यु का आंकड़ा तो डीएनए परीक्षण और यात्रियों की पहचान के बाद ही अथॉरिटी अधिकृत रूप से घोषित करेगी, मगर जो यात्री बचा है उसको मैं मिलकर आया हूं। घटना के तुरंत बाद गुजरात सरकार ने बहुत त्वरा से डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की सारी इकाइयों को अलर्ट करते हुए, चाहे हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट हो, चाहे फायर ब्रिगेड हो, चाहे पुलिस विभाग हो, भारत सरकार की भी सीएपीएफ को संपर्क कर सभी ने एक साथ मिलकर राहत और बचाव का कार्य चालू किया। मगर 1.25 लाख लीटर ईंधन विमान के अंदर ही था और लगभग गर्मी, तापमान इतना ऊंचा हो गया कि किसी को बचाने की मौका ही नहीं मिला। अब मैं घटना स्थान पर भी जाकर आया हूं। सारे यात्रियों के मृतदेह को बाहर निकालने का काम लगभग समाप्त हो चुका है। जितने यात्रियों के परिजन यहां पहुंच चुके हैं, वो सबका डीएनए लेने की कार्यवाही भी 2-3 घंटों में समाप्त हो जाएगी। विदेश में जिनके परिजन हैं, उनको सूचना देने की कार्यवाही समाप्त हो चुकी है और जैसे ही पहुंचते हैं उनके भी डीएनए सैंपल लिए जाएंगे और मृतदेहों की पहचान के लिए जितने मृतदेह मिले हैं, इनके भी डीएनए सैंपल लेने की कार्यवाही समाप्त हो चुकी है। गुजरात में ही लगभग 1000 के आसपास डीएनए टेस्ट करने पड़ेंगे। ये सभी टेस्ट करने की क्षमता गुजरात में विकसित है, तो डीएनए टेस्टिंग के लिए कहीं गुजरात के बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। गुजरात की FSL और नेशनल फॉरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी दोनों मिलकर कम से कम समय में DNA का परीक्षण पूरा करने के बाद परिवारजनों को अपना मृतदेह परिजन का मृतदेह सौंपने का काम करेंगे। उनके रहने की सुविधा, उनकी सांत्वना की सुविधा, जिनको मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम ट्रॉमा के कारण हुए, इनकी मेडिकल की सुविधा, ये सारी व्यवस्था बहुत सुचारू रूप से हो चुकी है। अभी रिव्यू मीटिंग में सारी व्यवस्थाओं को हम सब मंत्रियों ने साथ में मिलकर देखा है। एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट ने अपनी जांच शुरू कर दी है और जांच तेजी से आगे बढ़े इसके लिए भी एविएशन मंत्री जी ने सूचनाएं दी है। मैं फिर से एक बार राहत काम में जिन जिन एजेंसियों ने त्वरा के साथ बचाव और राहत का काम किया, वो सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और फिर से एक बार जिन्होंने अपने परिजनों को गंवाया है, हताहत हुए हैं, वो सभी को मनपूर्वक संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि ये एक्सीडेंट है, एक्सीडेंट को कोई रोक नहीं सकता, परंतु 365 दिन 24 घंटा इस तरह की घटना के लिए प्रशासन का जो अलर्टनेस है, उसकी कसौटी उसी वक्त होती है जब ऐसी घटनाएं होती है। और आज गुजरात के डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट की तैयारियों का एक प्रकार से दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण तरीके से मगर कसौटी हुआ और बहुत त्वरा के साथ यहाँ पर काम किया गया, वो पूरे देश के मीडिया के सामने और परिजनों के सामने भी आया है। अंत में मैं फिर से एक बार सम्माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ओर से, भारत सरकार और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से सभी हताहत लोगों के परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Okay, Home Minister Amit Shah, who landed in Ahmedabad a couple of hours ago. Remember, he's also an MP from Gandhinagar in the crash site not too far away from his Lok Sabha constituency. Says he's monitored the situation, expressed his condolences to the families, and also praised the efforts of the local administration in trying to bring the situation under control, but claimed that the nature of the crash was such that it was extremely difficult to carry out any rescue operations. That was the Home Minister. And remember, there's an element of personal tragedy for him as well, because Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, seemed to be very close to Mr. Amit Shah, is among those who has tragically died in this accident. Remember, in this air crash, Vijay Rupani was Chief Minister of Gujarat from 2016 to 2021. And those are some of the last visuals that we have of Vijay Rupani as he was boarding the flight to Ahmedabad, from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. Vijay Rupani was on seat 2B, we are told, and he is tragically among those who's passed away today. There have been prayers that were conducted in Rajkot, his hometown, hoping that he might have survived. But the Gujarat BJP leader and Union Minister C.R. Patel confirmed that Vijay Rupani had indeed passed away. So condolences to his family and his friends and associates politically. There is a political angle in a sense there with Vijay Rupani's passing away. But remember, he's just one of 240 plus people who've passed away. I just want to give you also, let's just look for a moment at air crashes that have taken place over the years and where this air crash, for a long time, Indian aviation has been seen to be among the safest, but that doesn't mean that air crashes haven't taken place. This is the worst aviation disaster in terms of over 200 dead since 1978, when 213 people died, 21 dead in Kozhikode, but 1978 New Year's Day, 213 died. Air India plane crashed near Mumbai into the Arabian Sea. There have been Air Express flights that have overshot runways. 158 died in 2010 in Mangaluru. The weather was very bad at the time. An Alliance Air flight crashed while landing in 2000 in Patna. 60 people died in that crash. 1996, this was the worst aviation disaster in India in terms of international flights colliding mid-air. Charkhi Dadri in Haryana, 349 people died in that mid-air collision that took place between two international airlines. In Aurangabad in 1993, an Indian airline flight crashed while taking off. Some are looking at similarities in this crash as well, because that too happened within a minute of takeoff. In 1991, in Imphal, an Indian Airlines flight crashed on descent. Again, weather was seen as one of the factors. In this particular instance, there was no weather problem. 1990, Bengaluru, an Indian Airlines flight crashed while landing. 92 people died in that. 1988, Indian Airlines flight crashed on descent at the same Ahmedabad airport. 130 people died in that air crash. 1985, Air India flight, the Kanishka airline that was bombed by Khalistani terrorists on its way from Toronto to India. 329 people died in that crash. 1978, and this is the one I was referring to, was the previous worst Air India flight disaster. New Year's Day, 1978, the flight crashed into the Arabian Sea shortly after takeoff. All 213 people on board died. So those are some of the cases of India's worst aviation disasters, but this will rank very high, and this will throw up a number of troubling issues. I just want to get quick comments from all our guests who are still with us. I want to go to Mr. Lazarus. You want to tell us, you've been on, Sanjay Lazar, you actually lost family members in that tragic air crash off Kanishka, so this must bring back horrific memories. Do you believe that India's aviation sector, though, what would you tell people? How will they restore confidence, in a sense, in passengers? Tomorrow is another day, presumably.
Yes, Rajdeep, I lost my entire family in the Kanishka bombing. The 40th anniversary is around us in 2 weeks' time. But coming to this tragic accident today, it's a very sad day, like I told you earlier on your show when I was on. Two experienced pilots, a aircraft with a perfect flying record going down like this, and 240 plus passengers, losing 240 plus passengers and crew is a dark day for Indian aviation. And, it's not about getting confidence is a second story. The first thing is, recovering today, the dead identification. That process is going to be a very painful and hurtful process for both Air India, the passengers, the families of the passengers, and their next of kin. It's traumatic. Next stage, of course, is getting people back in the air and flying. Right. And I do believe Air India has had a very decent safety record without any mishaps on the wide body. The 787 itself, there are over 1,200 of them in the skies. They've got over 5 million flights and over 30 million flying hours. So I do believe it's a very safe aircraft. I do think with the safety record, people will come back to flying eventually. But today is a day for, it's a day of sadness, and it's a day of reflection.
It's a day of sadness. It's a day of reflection. It's a day to grieve with the families above all else. I want to thank all my guests who've been joining me. I'll try and come back to you. We're going to carry on with several more angles to this story, including talking to families who have suffered an unimaginable loss. There are those at London who at this time would have been waiting for their relatives to land in Gatwick. Instead, what happens is this horrific air tragedy just minutes after, even just a minute after takeoff. And of course, don't forget the MBBS students on the ground and their families also who've suffered an unimaginable tragedy. One moment you're having lunch in your hostel, the next moment, guess what? A plane, burning plane, crashes on your hostel roof. But there are two images that I want to play as we go into our next break, because one is of a former chief minister who tragically has passed away. Our thoughts and condolences to his family. and of a miracle survivor. Vishwakarma is the miracle survivor of this flight, and he is someone who, in a sense, his story will be told time and again in the hope that there will be those who will believe that there is someone up there who decided that his time had not come, and therefore he somehow managed to survive. Either way, it is truly a miracle when one person survives in an air crash where, as of now, there seem no other survivors. That's our image of the day. Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, passing away in that air crash, and Vishwakarma Ramesh, who has survived it. Those are the two images I want to leave you with. I'll be back in a moment with plenty more. You're watching our special coverage of this terrible air tragedy that has shocked the nation. Bye for now.
Long night?
You have no idea.
I got you.
Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 60, dangerously cool.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. Air India plane crashes in Ahmedabad, 242 passengers on board. High Court grants interim bail to all 4 accused in Bengaluru stampede. Delhi High Court rejects bail plea of Shabbir Ahmed Shah.
London-bound Air India flight crashes. Over 200 dead. Only one survivor. India's worst air tragedy in years. Air tragedy tears apart families.
It is India's deadliest tragedy in the air. Air India's Flight 171 en route to London, filled with over 240 passengers and crew, coming crashing down in Ahmedabad moments after takeoff. As of now, only one person appears to have survived. The CCTV of the flight takeoff from the runway shows that the plane failed to gain any thrust, crashed just 32 seconds after takeoff with the fear of a double-engine failure. Over 240 people are feared dead, including the former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. Last visuals of the BJP leader show him boarding the flight at the airport. That's right, that's Vijay Rupani at the airport. Moments before he boarded the flight, he was a Chief Minister of Gujarat for 5 years. He has died in that air crash. The only good news today, one miracle survivor escaping the tragedy with just minor injuries. 38-year-old Vishwakarma Ramesh walking out unscathed. He was seated on seat number 11A and allegedly managed to get out through the emergency exit when it opened. The Air India flight crashed into a doctor's hostel meters away from the Ahmedabad International Airport. Parts of the Boeing Dreamliner are still lodged into the hostel building. 3 MBBS students are feared dead. Over 40 are injured. Home Minister Amit Shah visited the crash site along with Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and the Civil Aviation Minister Rama Naidu to take stock of the situation. Ram Mohan Naidu to take stock of the situation, following which he visited the injured and bereaved families at the hospital. That's right, just to keep you up to speed with what's happened, a deadly tragedy in Indian skies, unimaginable. Air India's London-bound flight from Ahmedabad took off at 1:38 p.m. this afternoon, but just 30 seconds later, the aircraft crashed near the Ahmedabad airport, blowing up into a complete snowball of fire. There were 242 people on board, including Indian, British, Portuguese passengers and cabin crew. Take a look at what happened on this dire day.
It began as a flight like any other. Air India Flight 171 took off at 1:38 p.m. from Ahmedabad Airport's runway number 23 as it set course for its destination of London Gatwick Airport. In less than 30 seconds, that takeoff turned into tragedy as the Boeing 787 Dreamliner crashed and erupted into a ball of flame. The aircraft had ascended to a height of 625 feet before descending with a vertical speed of 475 feet per minute. CCTV footage from Ahmedabad Airport shows the aircraft struggling to get any lift at all before descending into a fiery inferno.
Those are the visuals that have shocked the nation. I want to, at this moment, go to our senior journalist, Preeti Chaudhary, joins us from the ground. Preeti, you are in the mess area. This is close to reportedly the hostel, where at least 3 MBBS students, we are told, have died. Over 40 are injured. Take us through what you are seeing around you at this moment.
Rajdeep, we're right at the mess area. I'll ask my camera person Sanjay. So that's the wheel of the airplane. That is the tail end of the aircraft, and you can actually see part of the Maharaja logo that you can actually see. So this is where the plane made impact first in a building, is what we've been told. I just want to take you through because the students were right here. Their mattresses torn. We can see splattered blood all over. This was the area where the plane rammed in and where the students were actually getting their lunch. You can actually, I'll ask my camera person Sanjay to show you the remnants of student life, Rajdeep. You know, slippers, sweatshirts, young medical students, all here having absolutely no idea that an aircraft would slam into them. So just want to take you through. This was the mess area. The police now clearing all of us from here, and understandably, because a lot of press right here, brand new shirts of young medical students, you can see. This is the mess area right here. Tables, benches. I'll ask Sanjay to actually come in. And, you know, this is heartbreaking because you look at that, Rajdeep. Clearly somebody was eating his meal right here. And I can, you know, I've counted the number of thalis that more than 25, Rajdeep. This is where they were sitting. Sanjay, just turn around. I'll ask Sanjay and then you can get a view of how the aircraft actually slammed into this building. That is what I showed you right there. That's the tail end of that aircraft. This is the, you know, the tables, the benches, and you can see their meal uneaten right here. And that's the tragedy of it all, Rajdeep, because along with the 242 on board, what we've been given to understand, the 3 dead from this very mess, many more critically injured. We don't want to give in numbers right now because there's no real confirmation, and that won't be responsible to do so. But what we've been given to understand, maximum fatalities have happened right here. All of the clothes that you see strewn around, some of them have been, because most of the students were burnt, charred. Some of them had injuries who were taken, and you can see actually blood-splattered walls. Back to the studio, Rajdeep.
Just tell me where you are, Preeti. This is a mess of the hostel where the students were sitting having lunch. This is about one.
The BJ.
The BJ Medical College interns.
Rajdeep, this is the BJ. Yeah, the BJ Medical. Yeah,
right.
I'm at
So
the BJ Medical College intern.
So this was
mess.
about.
This is where the hostel is. This was the mess of the hostel. This.
Right.
Yeah.
So these were all interns. This was about 1:35, 1:36 this afternoon. The plane takes off. They have completely no knowledge. I mean, I'm just trying to imagine the trauma that people have gone through. You're eating your lunch one moment. The next moment you see that you're engulfed in a ball of fire because a plane has crashed into your hostel. Now, do you know where the students have all presumably been taken to the civil hospital? Has the entire place in a way been completely sanitized? And has everybody is it now, has the police taken over the area?
Rajdeep, the fact is, you know, it's clearly not sanitized if I'm still standing right at the mess. And, you know, this is it because it's just, there are thalis there, of course, like you pointed out. No clue, sitting here at lunch hour. I've counted 25 thalis where food is uneaten, just laid with a thick pall of dust. But what we've been told, maximum fatalities from here. The area now is being sanitized slowly, one by one. The press is being escorted out because this is where, I met one of the officers from the investigative agency, and they were the ones who've been looking for debris right here. So they're sanitizing this area right now. This is the BJ Medical mess of the hostel here. Right opposite it, you know, to give our viewers an understanding, this is the mess area. Downstairs was the recreation area, mess in terms of the kitchen. And on the sides, you can see a lot of blocks, which we showed you earlier. Those are the blocks, the hostel blocks. Those are the ones which are completely charred, on fire. But in terms of impact, Rajdeep, you see right at the end, the part of the plane, that was the plane that rammed in, right the tail end of the aircraft. This was the first impact that the plane made with a building, and it started from here and then rammed. The entire Dreamliner, caved in and crash landed ahead. So maximum damages in this particular area. And yeah, you're, with what you said, Rajdeep, absolutely.
And all the
true.
bodies.
Like I said, you can see the remnants.
And all
of
the bodies have
student
been
life
taken
all
away,
scattered.
presumably.
Tell me, Rajdeep.
And all the bodies have been presumably taken out for DNA sampling. Many of them charred beyond recognition. You showed us the back end of the plane. Presumably the front of the plane is what rammed through the building. Am I correct?
No, the back end, it was the tail, or at least with what, I can see on ground, it was the tail end which hit the building and then the plane crashed. So the impact happened with the tail end of the Dreamliner, Rajdeep, which we just showed you, and then the impact, then the entire plane crashed, where right ahead where the other blocks of the hostel were. So the mess was the area, the first line of impact. This was the place, and you can see the tail end right there. And then the tail hit the mess area, the first building, and then the entire plane, of course, crashed right ahead.
Right.
So it's a Dreamliner. It's a big plane, and the impact is as massive. But, I'm going to take you through. I'm going to just now leave the building. We've been requested multiple times. But, that's like I said earlier, that's a brand new shirt. Toiletries, everything scattered. Some of it, luggage of passengers. Some of it, students, their belongings. But there's nothing quite left of this particular building. Rajdeep, over to the studio. Rajdeep, I'll just going to move out of here. We've been requested multiple times. I'm going to go right down. And then we'll go across to where the students' hostels were.
Okay, we're going to leave Preeti Chaudhary there. She's at the site where, remember, the medical hospital is. 3 students, MBBS students, are feared dead. At least 45 are injured. The injured have been taken to the civil hospital, one of the largest hospitals in the country in Ahmedabad. Devesh Singh is standing by and waiting for us at the civil hospital. Devesh, what can you tell us? We have had this story of this miracle survivor, but it appears there are no other survivors as of now in the plane crash. And we are told, at least confirmed, 3 people, 3 MBBS doctors, young doctors are dead, 45 injured. Can you tell us more about their injuries and what you've picked up in terms of any other survivor or any other hope for a survivor?
Well, Rajdeep, as you pointed out, there are casualties from the medical college also, and it is suspected that around 4 medical students have expired. They've died due to the severe injuries that they suffered when the plane crashed on their hostel and the hostel mess area. So there are around 45 to 50 students. These are medical students of BJ Medical College who were there, who were present in the hostel, who were present in the mess when this crash happened. And they, as you see behind me, this is the emergency ward of the civil hospital Ahmedabad, and most of the students are still admitted over here. They're being given treatments, but what we hear from sources is that there are grievous injuries that these students have suffered, and some of them are still in a very critical state. They are in the ICU. Some of them have suffered severe burn injuries, which are more than 40% burns. In some of the cases, the burns are more than 40%. So these are very critical injuries that these students have suffered. There is, yes, you pointed out that there was one survivor from the plane, as confirmed by the Ahmedabad Police Commissioner, Mr. Malik, that there has been one survivor who was present in the plane and he is survived. He is also undergoing medical treatment at the civil hospital itself. Behind me, you can see this is the emergency ward, and there are multiple ICUs, intensive care units, where the medical students have been hospitalized. They are undergoing treatment right now. Additional doctors have been called in. Additional doctors from other government facilities and under other multi-specialties have also been called in so that they could help with the critical care treatment of the patients, of the medical students especially, who are hospitalized at the civil hospital presently. There is one survivor. There are no other survivors from the plane who had boarded the plane.
Let me get this right.
Of the crew. There is just one passenger as...
So let me get this right, Devesh. What you're telling me is that there are 4 people who are dead out of the medical students, 4 dead, over 40 injured, many of them suffering serious burns. 30%, 40% burn injuries. Broadly, am I correct that that is what we've seen? Where are the bodies of those who've died in the air crash? Where have the bodies been taken, Devesh? Have the bodies been brought to the civil hospital?
Well, just a while ago, there was a patient who was very critical, was shifted from civil hospital to another medical facility. We are not yet, it's not yet confirmed to which medical facility that patient was shifted, but he was part of the injured who suffered injuries in the crash. So he was just a while ago shifted from the civil hospital, while the other, remains or the mortal remains of the deceased are still in the hospital. There are many patients who are not from Gujarat. They are from other states as well. So they're waiting for their relatives to arrive. They're waiting for their loved ones to arrive, and then their bodies will be handed over. But what we hear is the bodies are still here at the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital, and the injured are also recuperating. They are being provided medical care and treatment, even intensive care treatment. Many of them are undergoing intensive care treatment.
I'm going to stop you for a moment, Devesh. I just want to go to Preeti Chaudhary, back to Preeti Chaudhary, because she's in an area where the actual impact of this crash was felt on the ground. Preeti, what more can you tell us?
निकल रहे हैं सर 2 मिनट बस लाइट पे खड़े 2 मिनट में निकल जाएंगे 2 मिनट सर Rajdeep, I believe the Home Minister is coming to the crash site, so we are all being cleared. But I'll just quickly, take you through on where we are standing. This was the cargo area of, the part where the luggage, the cargo of the plane clearly crashed, and you can see suitcases right there. You can see a lot of chili powder. Nikal rahe sir. You can see the chili powder. You can see. Please request, madam. Chalo. राजदीप सर 30 सेकेंड सर ये किसी का सामान है आप उस पे मत खड़े हुए हैं a snack box for a young child, a football here Rajdeep of a young child, a brand new football, a Rakhi right there, and a temple right behind me. It really makes you wonder whether God really exists or not. So we've been cleared. The area is now being sanitized finally. Good that it is being sanitized. The press now being kept at bay, but that's Rajdeep, the lives of 242 passengers strewn all across at the Mijay Medical Hostel right here, and that's what it is. What we've been given to understand right now is the Home Minister would be coming into the crash site right now. He was at the hospital where my colleague Brajesh is, and he'd be here any moment now.
Okay, we'll leave you there. Obviously, security now becoming paramount with the Home Minister also on the ground there in Ahmedabad. I want to tell you there's another story. Apparently, a Mrs. Chauhan was to board the flight, landed 10 minutes too late, and therefore could not board the flight. Now think about it. There's been one miracle survivor, and there's been this case of a woman, a Mrs. Chauhan, who couldn't board the flight because she landed late. She perhaps got caught in a traffic jam, but ended up not being able to take the flight. Think about it. Now, let's come back to that story. Remember, over 200 lives lost in that Air India flight AI 782 crash near Ahmedabad. Many of them are British nationals, and we'll be going to London too to find out more in a moment. This is, as we said, one of the deadliest aviation disasters in recent memory, certainly the worst in India for Air India since, in terms of air crash, since 1985 Kanishka, and before that the 78 crash wherein a plane crashed in the Arabian Sea near Mumbai. The story of the lone survivor, though, is a story that perhaps gives a faint glimmer of hope in these very, very dark times. More on this in this report.
Worst fears come true. Over 200 passengers on the Air India flight A1782 lost their lives in the Ahmedabad air crash. But in a remarkable twist of fate, Seat 11A held the lone survivor. Ramesh Vishwas Kumar miraculously walked away from the wreckage unscathed, even as his own brother, seated just a few rows away, perished in the disaster. Tragically, former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, seated on 2D in business class, lost his life in the crash.
हमारे लिए तो हमारे नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री विजय भाई रूपाणी भी इसी फ्लाइट में अपने परिवार को मिलने के लिए जा रहे थे, वो भी इस हादसा का शिकार हुए हैं।
Moments after takeoff at 1:38 p.m., the Air India aircraft issued a mayday call signaling a full emergency. Authorities are now in a race against time, combing the site for the flight's black box and cockpit voice recorders, hoping to uncover the final moments that led to this devastating crash. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner that crash-landed shortly after takeoff from Ahmedabad airport was carrying 242 people on board. Most of them, including the entire crew, are now feared dead. That one miracle survivor who's emerged from the wreckage of what's now being called one of the worst aviation tragedies in recent memory was Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. Earlier, victims were rushed to the civil hospital. Many of them of the relatives waiting in silence, clinging to hopes, others bracing for heartbreak, most of them unable to reconcile with what had happened. All they wanted to know is who should be held accountable for this tragedy, but at the same time, just not able to comprehend what had happened. Vijay Rupani there in those images, 3 Air India cabin crew, no more. Some of those pictures that are now coming in of cabin crew members. Remember, there were 12 crew members apart from the 2 pilots. These are all faces who, in the days to come, their stories will be told. A family of 5, that's no more. 3 children that were traveling to London. Also on board, as I said, showed that picture of Khushbu. She's a newlywed. She was on her way to visit her husband. They got married just this January, and they lived in London. I'll ask... that's Khushbu, who was on her way to meet her husband, go back to see her husband in London. This family of 5 bound for a long-awaited family vacation to London also failed to survive the tragedy. The Tata Sons chairperson, N. Chandrasekharan, has announced rupees 1 crore ex gratia for the families of the victims. The CEO of Air India has also been speaking. Let's listen in fact, to what Air India has been saying. These are the... Let's first, though, of course, listen into what relatives have been saying. They are completely grief-stricken. And let's listen in to how they are responding to this moment of unimaginable tragedy.
We were devastated, but we don't have any confirmation news, so I don't know, we were hoping that she's staying well and alive in some corner around 2023 April, I think. That time, it's not even 5 years, it's only two and a half years. She was very young when she joined, so I think she's only 21 years old right now.
Flight AI-171 was carrying 230 passengers and 12 crew members on board. Of the passengers, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 are British nationals, there are 7 Portuguese nationals, and 1 Canadian national. The injured passengers have been taken by local authorities to the nearest hospitals. We are actively working with the authorities on all emergency response efforts. A special team of caregivers from Air India is on their way to Ahmedabad to provide additional support. The investigations will take time, but anything we can do now, we are doing.
Let's also listen in to Home Minister Amit Shah and the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu.
दोपहर को एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट संख्या AI-171 दुर्घटनाग्रस्त हुई और कई पैसेंजर इसके अंदर हताहत होने की संभावनाएं हैं। इस घटना से पूरा देश क्षुब्ध है और पूरा देश एक साथ पूर्ण संवेदनाओं के साथ ये जो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हादसे में पैसेंजर हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के साथ खड़ा है। सबसे पहले मैं भारत सरकार, गुजरात सरकार, भारत सरकार के प्रधानमंत्री जी और गुजरात सरकार की ओर से भी जो लोग हताहत हुए हैं, इनके परिजनों के प्रति गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। 10 ही मिनटों में हादसे के भारत सरकार के पास सूचना पहुंची। तुरंत ही मैंने मुख्यमंत्री जी, यहाँ के गृह मंत्री, होम डिपार्टमेंट के कंट्रोल रूम, सिविल एविएशन डिपार्टमेंट, सिविल एविएशन मंत्री, सभी से संपर्क किया। प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी तुरंत ही फोन आ गया और भारत सरकार और गुजरात सरकार के सभी डिपार्टमेंट एक साथ होकर राहत और बचाव कार्य में लगे। इस विमान में कुल मिलाकर 230 यात्री देश के और विदेश के और 12 क्रू मेंबर सवार थे। इसमें से एक यात्री का बचने का अच्छा समाचार मिला है, मैं उनको मिलकर आया हूं। मृत्यु का आंकड़ा तो डीएनए परीक्षण और यात्रियों की पहचान के बाद ही अथॉरिटी अधिकृत रूप से घोषित करेगी, मगर जो यात्री बचा है उसको मैं मिलकर आया हूँ।
I'm totally shaken by the incident that has happened today near Ahmedabad airport. Very tragic and very, very horrific. And even till now, I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program. But the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who are there near the crash site. We are going to do a fair and thorough investigation. We are not going to spare anyone. We are not going to leave any stone unturned. We will do properly according to the protocol, and we are going to go to the depth of why this incident has happened. That much I can tell you now.
Civil Aviation Minister Rama Naidu responding. Meanwhile, breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has reacted to the Air India crash. Trump has said India's plane crash was terrible. Remember, Marco Rubio has also condoled with India. He's given a detailed statement saying that the US will support India fully. A US team is likely to visit India shortly to join in the investigation. Remember, Boeing under the scanner. So Donald Trump responding to that Ahmedabad plane crash. Listen in to what Donald Trump had to say.
Plane crash was terrible. I've already told them anything we can do. It's a big country, a strong country. They'll handle it, I'm sure. But I let them know that anything we can do, we'll be over there immediately. But it was a horrific crash. It looks like most are gone. They actually maybe have a couple survivors, which is just heard. But that was a horrible crash. Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what it might be. I gave him a couple of pointers. I said, maybe you'll look at this or that. You know, we saw the plane. It looked like it was flying pretty well. It didn't look like there was an explosion. It just looked like the engines maybe lost power, but boy, that is a terrible crash. It's one of the worst in aviation history, yeah.
One of the worst crashes in aviation history, says the US President. Let me go back to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary. She's at the crash site with the man who rescued the miracle survivor. Over to you, Preeti.
Rajdeep, before I go across to him, I just want to tell you, I'll ask Sanjay to just close in there. The Aircraft Accident Information Bureau, the investigative team is now here. They're about, we've been told, about 35 member team. They've spread out across the crash site, and the team of 11 members right there. So we're going to cut across to them, and maybe, they're of course not speaking to us, but the team now looking at the area, the investigation's beginning. But let me come back to the man. Sir, apna naam bataiye. So 108 for the ambulance. Aap 108 ki team se hai? So these are the ones who came in. They were the distress call. 108 दबाने से आप लोग आते हैं, एम्बुलेंस टीम आती है. दादा, आपका नाम क्या है?
वारंट विकास भाई, बाबू भाई.
बाबू भाई.
हाँ.
बाबू भाई, आप विकास भाई, आपको फोन आया, आप कितने बजे पहुंचे यहाँ? आपका पूरा टीम कितना एम्बुलेंस के साथ आया?
शायद 5 मिनट में तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा सब 105 4 थी 5 आ गई थी यहाँ पे. मेघानी नगर आई थी, चमनपुरा और ये चामुंडा ब्रिज.
तो आपका
कॉल नहीं आया था. जस्ट लोग हम खाना खा रहे थे. हमारे यहाँ से 200 मीटर की दूरी पे हमारी ऑफिस है, 1200 बेड हॉस्पिटल. 1200 बेड यहाँ से 200 मीटर दूर है, 1200 बेड कैंप सिविल हॉस्पिटल है. तो वहाँ पे हम खाना खा रहे थे. मतलब खाना खाने बैठे थे, टिफिन हमने सब खोल दिया था. जैसे हमने खोला सब ब्लास्ट हुआ, बहुत सारा धुआं और आग निकलने. तो वहाँ से हम खाना छोड़ के, नहीं कॉल नहीं आया था, सीधा हम सर्वाई के लिए चले गए.
मेरे पे कॉल आया था, मेरे चामुंडा ब्रिज को कॉल आया था. ज्यादा से 5 मिनट में यहाँ में पहुंच गया था. 5-7 मिनट में यहाँ पे पहुंच गया था. जैसे मैं पे पहुंचा तो 2 जन चल के आ रहे थे.
2 जन चल के आ रहे थे. आग लगा हुआ था. आग लगा हुआ था पूरे में, बॉडी में
आग लगा था, पूरा ब्लैक हो गया था. और जैसे मैं यहाँ पे आया,
2 जन चल रहा था.
हाँ, 2 जन,
एक नहीं 2 जन चल रहा था.
और जैसे लेके इसका एक का नाम था भास्कर,
जो जिंदा है अभी
जिंदा है.
वो आपके पास आया.
और EMT में था, मैडम थे.
आप लेके गए? आप दोनों जन को लेके गए?
हाँ, दोनों.
दूसरे जन का नाम मालूम?
नहीं, दूसरे जन का मालूम नहीं.
एक वो खुद बोल रहा था भास्कर
नाम बोलता है भास्कर.
तो मुझे फिर से बताओ, आप लोग बाहर खड़े थे तो ये 2 जन आए, इनमें आग लगा हुआ था.
2-3 लोग
उनको लेके आए, उन लोगों को, और वो खुद चल के आ रहे थे. तो पहले आग बुझाया?
हाँ, आग नहीं, जो बॉडी जल गई थी, पूरा ब्लैक हो गया था
दोनों का.
तो 2 साथ में लेके आ रहे थे. जैसे हमें 108 में बाहर आता बिठा लिए अंदर.
तो आपने ये 2 लोगों को अपना
10
एम्बुलेंस में बिठाया. फिर बताएं.
वो EMT मैडम थी, भावना मैडम,
वहाँ लेके गए. आप कौन सा अस्पताल है? सिविल हॉस्पिटल. यहाँ से लेके गए. कितना टाइम में पहुँच गए?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा 2-3 मिनट ही यहाँ से होते हैं. 2-3 मिनट ज्यादा से ज्यादा.
तो 3 मिनट आप भास्कर और जो एक और उनके साथ थे, दोनों को लेके पहुँच गए. क्या कह रहे थे भास्कर?
बस वही बोल रहे थे कि मेरा नाम भास्कर है. बस वही बोल रहे थे.
बस वही बार बार यही बोल रहे थे कि मेरा नाम भास्कर है. और लेके गए. दूसरे वहाँ पे था, उनका हालत वैसा ही था जैसे भास्कर का था?
ऐसा ही था हालत. दोनों की हालत ऐसी ही थी.
जो दूसरे थे वो बोल रहे थे कुछ?
वो भी नहीं, कुछ बोल नहीं रहे थे.
वो कुछ नहीं बोल रहे थे, पर वो भी चल के आए थे. दोनों का हालत कैसा लगा आपको देख के?
पूरा जैसा बॉडी जल गया होगा ऐसा हो गया था. पूरा ब्लैक हो गया था
दोनों का.
हाँ.
और यहाँ आप इमरजेंसी में लेके गए उन दोनों को, और फिर ट्रॉमा सेंटर में आप लेके गए.
हाँ.
और उनको वहाँ पे छोड़ा, वापस इधर आए.
हाँ.
और फिर आपको कोई मतलब और जो यहाँ पे जो जिंदा लोग लेके गए या सिर्फ बॉडीज लेके गए? इसके बाद
जले हुए तो शायद 8-9 जनों को हमारी गाड़ी ले गई.
बॉडीज?
एम्बुलेंस.
मतलब वो तब सर्वाइवर नहीं था?
नहीं. हमारा मैडम, भावना मैडम थे साथ में.
तो आप वो लेके गए. तो आप फिर बॉडीज लेके गए. जो मेस में से जो बच्चे थे यहाँ पर, जो स्टूडेंट्स थे,
बच्चे
आप में से कोई लेके गया?
2 बच्चे लिए थे
यहाँ से. इसी मेस से आप 2 बच्चे लेके गए
थे. हाँ. और एक लेडीज को लिया था, करीबन 35-40 साल का हो गया.
इसी मेस से आप यहाँ से लेके गए. आप कहाँ पे? आप भी एक
फर्स्ट विक्टिम हूँ.
एयरक्राफ्ट थोड़ा सा चला जाए. आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम मुकेश है. मतलब मेरे वहाँ पे जैसे ब्लास्ट हुआ वैसे हम निकल गए, यहाँ पे आए तो कोई नहीं था। एक हमारे साथ
कहाँ आप यहाँ पर आए सबसे?
जो आगे वाला गेट है ना, अतुल्य,
हाँ
ICMR के सामने,
समझ में आ गया।
वहाँ पे आए तो एक बंदा दौड़ के आ रहा था और बोल रहा था मेरा नाम श्याम है। उसने पूरा आइडेंटिफाइड दिया उसका, और श्याम था, वो अतुल्य में से आया था 4 नंबर में से।
अच्छा, वो स्टूडेंट है, वो प्लेन में नहीं था?
प्लेन में नहीं था।
तो भास्कर प्लेन से निकला था?
शायद पता नहीं है, क्योंकि 2-3 लोग लेके आए थे बाहर,
उसको लेके आए थे वहाँ से।
ये लोग रेस्क्यू टीम आई ना तब आए थे, उससे पहले हम आए थे।
तो आप उसके
नहीं, उसके हम आए तब फायर के कुछ नहीं था, सिर्फ हमारी मेडिकल टीम थी। वो भी हमें मैसेज नहीं आया था, हम सब देख के आए। जैसे हमने
तो आप स्टूडेंट्स को लेके गए?
हाँ, वो एक पेशेंट आया हमारे पास, उसने बोला मेरा नाम श्याम है और जो आज सब जले हुए थे, वो बोला मैंने किसी तरह अपना रेस्क्यू खुद कर लिया और सीढ़ी से मैं भाग के आ गया।
वो हॉस्टल में था, वो मेस में नहीं था?
मेस में नहीं था, हॉस्टल में था। और दूसरा पेशेंट था, GISF का गार्ड था, और GISF सिक्योरिटी गार्ड यहाँ पे तैनात है, वो गार्ड था, वो वॉचमैन के वहाँ पे ड्यूटी कर रहा था। तो उसका सिर और सब ये बहुत जला हुआ था। वो खुद वो भी बाहर आ गया चल के, वो भी 2 आ गए। तो हमने वो फर्स्ट 2 पेशेंट को शिफ्ट किया सिविल हॉस्पिटल ट्रॉमा सेंटर में। रेस्क्यू टीम आने से पहले, फायर की टीम तक नहीं आई थी। सिविल में हमने पेशेंट जैसे शिफ्ट किए, वहाँ पे सिविल में हमने जाके बताया, किसी को अंदाजा नहीं था, किसी को कुछ पता नहीं था कि आग लगी है नहीं लगी। हमने विदिन 2 मिनट में वहाँ पे गए, तो वहाँ पे CMO सर को सब बताया, वो वहाँ के स्टाफ डिपार्टमेंट, तो उन्होंने सब देखा, फिर स्टाफ भेजा और
बहुत बढ़िया काम किया।
फायर टीम बुलाई, सब रेस्क्यू। फिर
तब से आप यहीं पर हैं?
तब से सुबह
2 बजे से
1:45 आसपास टाइम था। उसके बाद से हम यहाँ पे और कंटिन्यू हम उसके बाद से तो रेस्क्यू टीम जैसे जैसे पेशेंट बाहर भेजती थी वैसे हम बाहर भेज रहे थे।
आपका नाम सर?
धर्मेश पटेल।
आप कब से हैं धर्मेश जी यहाँ पर?
1:30 बजे से।
1:30 बजे से हैं इधर ही? आप जब आए आपने क्या देखा, कितने लोगों को रेस्क्यू किया?
मैंने मैडम 3-4 जिंदा बंदी को ले गया। और
जो लेके गए वो स्टूडेंट थे? हॉस्टल से लेके गए या मेस से?
बाहर से जैसे वो लाए थे हम।
कैसे लेके गए आप उनको? लेते स्टूडेंट्स थे सारे?
नहीं, स्टूडेंट नहीं, यहाँ से ले गए, स्टूडेंट ही शायद।
और कितना लोग लेके गए यहाँ से?
लगभग 3-4 आदमी जिंदा लेके गए और 6 बॉडीज भी लेके गए।
सुबह से दोपहर से ही आप यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। आपका नाम सर?
प्रवीण भाई।
कहाँ से, कौन सा? आप भी यहाँ पे 108 से आए?
108 एम्बुलेंस से।
आप भी 1:45 से?
अभी 2 बजे से इधर खड़े थे।
कितना रेस्क्यू किया आपने?
अपने 4 किया।
4 लोग जिंदा?
जिंदा 1 किया और 3
बॉडीज, 3 डेड बॉडी। आप लोग से तो बात हो गया है। Rajdeep, so this is, there are multiple teams that are working together. Now I would think it's about close to 9 hours. And it's a mammoth task, to say the least. And they've been at it. And, we did speak to one of them who pulled out, at least till now, what we know, the lone survivor of this air crash. Back to the studio.
One of the fortunes, of course, is that the civil hospital is located not too far away from the airport. It's one of the biggest civil hospitals in the country. And the rescue efforts have been quite remarkable in terms of people getting involved, trying to make sure that the maximum number of people's lives, particularly those young students, MBBS students, 4 of whom we're told have died, their lives can be survived. It was almost impossible to survive for anyone in the air to survive, barring that one remarkable story that's coming in. Just to once again recount India's worst aviation disasters. 2025, Ahmedabad Air India plane crashing after taking off. In that, the casualties feared are now likely to be over 240. Prior to this, Kozhikode Air India Express flight skidded off the runway. 21 people died. This was in very poor rain. This was in monsoonic conditions there. 2010, Mangaluru Air Express flight overshot the runway. This is a table runway in Mangaluru, and 158 people had died at the time. Again, there was a fear of poor weather. 2000, Patna Airlines Air flight crashed while landing. 60 people died. 1996, Charkhi Dadri, 2 international flights, one of them from an Uzbekistan airline, collided mid-air. 349 people died. That was 2 international airlines that collided at the time. 1993, Aurangabad, an Indian Airlines flight crashed while taking off, hit a compound wall. A little similar, some say, to what happened here. But remember, much smaller flight. This is a wide-bodied aircraft that crashed today. 1991, Imphal, Indian Airlines flight crashed on descent. 69 people died. In 1990, Bengaluru Indian Airlines flight crashed while landing. 92 people died. In Ahmedabad in 1988, at the same airport, an Indian Airlines flight crashed on descent. 130 people died. In that case, interestingly, there were 2 survivors, one of whom passed away recently. In 1985, off the Irish coast, an Air India flight bombed by Khalistani terrorists. This was the Kanishka plane. That 329 people died, but that was a terror attack. 1982, Mumbai Air India flight crashed due to bad weather. 17 people died. And then there was the previous worst Air India disaster, Mumbai crashing into the Arabian Sea after taking off. 213 people died, and that was of New Year's Day in 1978. So you're going back 47 years to remember the last such disaster. Sources now telling us Prime Minister Modi set to visit Ahmedabad tomorrow. So sources telling India Today that the Prime Minister will visit Ahmedabad tomorrow. Remember, Chief Minister of Gujarat for 12 years. This is an air tragedy that goes straight into the Prime Minister's home state and that of the Home Minister. So the Prime Minister expected to tomorrow be in Ahmedabad. That's what we are picking up at the moment. Prime Minister to visit Ahmedabad. Today it was the Home Minister. Tomorrow, Prime Minister Modi. Remember, Mr. Modi flies off to Canada on Sunday for the G7 summit. Now, we don't know whether all those plans are still on schedule, but as of now, the Prime Minister is to fly off on Sunday to Canada and to Cyprus as well on the way to attend the G7 summit. Okay, let's at this point, with all that news coming in, processing it all together, take a break. We'll be back with more. You're watching our special coverage of this terrible, terrible, tragic day when an Air India Dreamliner plane has crushed 240 plus dreams. Back in a moment.